true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has lower fee products?
105.3 The Fan.
Gotta catch it first. Marty. Oh my gosh. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Matt. He said, I'm here. Wow. He said, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is TNT with the call. Good morning. Good President's Day morning to one and all. It's Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton alongside in the back. And Sean is out one more day. Back tomorrow.
It's not just Peyton. We have a new member back there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Peyton, would you like to introduce our new member?
Yeah, this is Aiden.
Aiden, our new video coordinator.
Right.
Aiden. He is apparently a Packers fan, so say what you want in the fan text about
We got
that.
the NFC North covered up here.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah, we do, because we got Packers fan back here. We got Will Chambers, who's the Bears fan, along with Chicaline. Scott Long, marketing director Cody. They're all Vikings fans. Like, we're literally,
They are?
yeah, we're
That's
just missing.
strange.
It's funny. It's
And
funny
then
that
Reetma
yeah,
over
then
here with
Reetma's the Lions. Like, we have literally the entire NFC
What
North.
is that a California hat he has on?
I don't know. All I know is
He's a
that
world traveler.
Here's what I know. Whatever he's wearing, it won't say Dallas or Texas on it.
That's so true. Oh, my God. Oh, man. So how did everyone spend their first Sunday without football since first week of August?
Gouging my eyes out because I can't stand to watch these all-star games at all.
Man, I was
we had to, but I couldn't stand it. It was so brutal.
I had the kids this weekend, and
Well,
yeah, I know, right? And they wanted to see the 3-point contest, and we were flipping back and forth between that and the hockey game because I was like, oh man, I mean, I want to see USA Canada. I mean, that it doesn't get any better than that, and hopefully, Canada wins tonight and we get a rematch because that would be juicy. That would be juicy. But, So I wanted to check out both, but It's just not the same when there's no college football or NFL. And this was the first, like I said, the first weekend since whenever the Hall of Fame game was last year, whatever weekend that was. This is the first weekend without any kind of football since then.
Yeah, you do, and I don't know about you. I did feel the itch a little bit this weekend, where I was just kind of like, something just not right about the process, about the weekend, about like, I feel like you got to have something on.
Different.
Yeah.
A little different. You know, something I watched yesterday. I mean, this just goes to show what a degenerate I am. I'm tuning into Drake versus Bradley.
and laying cash on it.
See, it was like, I have people hit me up. Like my buddy Jason Newman's like, dude, what do we got here? What are the bets? I'm like, do we got no bets this weekend? Like, just save your money. Save your money. No bets this weekend. We're not doing any of that. You know, like let's just not. I'm not hitting you up. I'm not going to tell you anything about Drake Bradley. I'm just going to sit there and watch it. And my sons are like, why are you watching this game? He's like, surely there's a better game on than these two games.
You're like, this second half under's really close.
Yeah, it's like I
just need Drake to play better defense.
I'm workshopping this plan I've got to gamble again.
You know, you've said before, what is it, the sport that you said is the most impossible one to bet?
Well, baseball's hard.
But it's baseball games, right? Like just a random baseball game on a Tuesday night. So
Yeah.
what's the one that you feel is just like, that's the easiest? You got the best shot at winning.
WNBA.
What part of it?
Take the
who wins?
Take
The under.
No, take no. The home favorite losing at the half.
Really?
That's the easiest one.
That's the only slam dunk you get in the
Slam
WNBA?
dunk. Home favorite losing at the half. Hammer them. Hammer them. Dead serious.
Now I'm gonna track this.
Yeah,
we need
track
to.
it.
We need to. I swear to God, I don't even know. Is WNBA playing right now? Are they in season?
I have no idea.
Are they
I
in
don't
season?
think so. I think
Peyton?
they're summer league.
Call
no
KG,
idea.
ask him. But whatever it is, if they're in season, I want to track this the rest of the year.
Do it. Yeah,
I want to see how money this is.
It used to be pretty foolproof. I don't bet it, but like it used to be pretty foolproof.
You know, it's foolproof at this point.
Matt McClung.
Mac McClung.
He is single-handedly going to save the NBA All-Star slam dunk contest.
And do you say that because of how entertaining he is, or how much he's forcing stars to now say, "All right, I guess I'm dunking"?
Well, he is entertaining. Like he's creative.
Is he?
Yes.
He did the Blake Griffin dunk all over again.
Yeah, but the
He's awesome, by the way. I don't want to sound like a hater. He is awesome.
the double tap off the rim.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know. He's just kind of. I just think he's a little creative.
He's an all-time dunk contest participant. It's him. It's who else in there? Zach LaVine, Aaron Gordon, Vince, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins. Like, not to say those guys are on the same level as players, but as dunkers, like in this contest, absolutely. It's just I can't. It feels like, all right, we're running out of ways to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're running out of ways to have any sort of interest in this whole spectacle.
Man, Juliet, my 12-year-old was like, "Yeah, the best dunk contest is like 2016 ever," and I'm like, "What?"
That was a great one. I will say that was a great one. That was,
I have no idea what that was.
it was the Aaron Gordon, Zach LaVine one.
Okay, sure.
Where they were.
You could have told me any number of names, and I would have said, "Okay."
No, it felt like they revived it a little bit that year. It was
Okay.
It was great. It was not the greatest of all time though. So slow down, 12-year-old. He's not even 12, is he?
He's 12.
Okay.
I was like, well, I don't know, man. Like the Jordan one was pretty good. He goes, Dad, it was. He's like the Jordan one. He did just a dunk from the foul line. I'm like, yeah. He goes, but like, I guess it was either LaVine or Gordon did the same dunk but went through the legs. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, so he ran.
Yeah.
He did from the, and then he went between the legs,
Yeah.
and which was pretty cool.
And I'm like, all right, you got me there. I'm not gonna say anything about that, but like, you got to remember, and it's impossible. And this is what I realized: like, it's impossible if you just grew up and like never saw it, how impressive that was at the time because you've never seen it before.
Yeah,
and that changes everything. That changes the whole game. You know, like you may not think that the Elvis dance that he ripped off from somebody else, you know, the Elvis shimmy thing, like that was probably
somebody else.
a whole bunch of somebody. You didn't know how cool that was until like, you know, like until you were, I guess if you were alive then.
But see, here's the only thing about the dunk contest and where is that it does feel like there's only a finite number of ways you can dunk the ball.
That's it. You run out of. There's only a certain amount of ways you can hit a home run, but like you could still hit one 500 feet, and everybody goes, "Whoa!"
Yeah, right. 9-7, and I'm one who thinks they've ruined the home run derby. I think that's ruined because of the way that
The timer.
I hate the timer. I'd rather have the 10 outs.
You don't want 6 hours though.
But I know, but you do want you do a little bit, don't you? Don't you want the majestic Josh Hamilton, oh, let's all stop and watch this instead of just, all right, well, that's still flying out. He's swinging again.
I would like them to do an untimed first round, then time it the rest of the way.
Sure. Okay, yeah, you can change up the rules. That's fine. 972 points out. Go back and look. McClung did it better. He jumped over the roof of a car. The tallest point, Blake jumped over the hood. That's true.
Okay, yep, you're right.
And so, yeah, he did things better. But and look, he was great. But it is kind of forcing people a little bit to say, all right, I guess I'm gonna participate now. We had John Morant tweet over the weekend. He said, y'all are about to make, or he said, Mac might make me decide to dunk. And then Giannis saw it, said, if you do it, I'll do it with you. But I feel like we get this about every year, don't we? Some star, some big time NBA star who's not done the dunk contest will sit there and chirp about, oh, I'm about to do it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump in there. I feel like Adam Silver, when you pay for an embedded tweet or something, like an advertising tweet, I feel like Adam Silver probably just throws one of the big time stars a couple bucks and is just like, would you just tweet that maybe you'll do the dunk contest?
You think
one day?
so?
Yeah, just draw some attention to it.
I guess it would stun me if that actually did happen, but you're looking at NBA players, real actual NBA players, and then Mac is, Mac's the guy who spends most of his time in the G League, almost 75% of the time or more in the G League, and he's out there, and Mac is now known as the most prolific dunk champion there is.
Yeah.
This is he is going to go, no one's ever three-peated. It's, he's not Vince, but he's the most prolific champ ever. And if you're an NBA player, are you really going to let this kid that nobody knows, has never really hardly ever played in the league, go down and everyone says he's a better dunker than you? If you're John Morant, if you're anybody in the league, are you going to say, oh, you're going to just sit there and let it happen? That's what this is calling out. And maybe it does force these guys to get into it, because next year, let's say Ja and Giannis and, two other big time names want in. Are they going to tell Mac, hey, we're full. You can't defend your three, your back-to-back-to-backs?
I mean, I don't know how they would operate with that. I wonder if at some point does the NBA say, look, our solution is, and this sounds ridiculous, but I dead serious wonder if they would do it. Our solution is, in the next CBA, within your contract, we have the ability to force you just one time in your career to do it. If you were especially on your rookie deal, we can force Wembanyama to take part. It's built in. If you say it's
not
built
after
in,
this weekend,
right? No, yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. But I wonder if at some point their solution is we've just got to have the ability to tell guys it's a contractual obligation. You have to do it at least once. If we want you to do it one time, you need to participate at least once.
Yeah. Baseball tried to up it with money.
Yeah.
Whether it's whatever the $1 million or whatever it is to the winner, which if you're on a pre-arbitration deal, that's great. The NBA, same thing. If you're on a rookie deal,
if you're Shohei Ohtani, that's more than your deferred salary.
Yeah, it's half his salary for the year. For Mac, even if it's $100,000 for the NBA, for Mac McClung, who's on a G League contract half the time,
it's good money.
And I don't know what they are now, but when I was when I was in the Legends, the max salary was $35,000.
Right.
So imagine what it is. That's tripling his salary. Hell yeah, man! Sign me up. We'll do it again.
Yeah, if it was $35,000, it was way more than tripling his salary. But
if it was 100,000.
Oh no, I thought we were talking about the million.
I don't know what
they were to do a million. Yeah.
I was saying even if it's $100,000, I don't know what it is. Yeah. But that's. Hell yeah, you have to do it.
Now, tell us why you hate Chris Paul.
Well, Chris Paul,
or actually, I anticipated you were gonna. I anticipate you're gonna defend this a little bit.
Well, I
love the technicality.
I love a good loophole. Okay, nobody loves a loop. Well, maybe somebody does, but nobody really loves a loophole more than I do. But Chris Paul and Wemby found this loophole during the skills contest. So you take the ball off the rack. You gotta pass it through a hoop or a circle, and then you've got to do a bounce pass and yada yada yada. Then you get to the other side of the floor, and you've got 3 balls that you're supposed to shoot, and then you go to the corner and you have 3 balls you're supposed to shoot. Well, instead of shooting them, they just take them and they flick them off the rack.
Yeah.
Bam, bam, bam. We don't care about making them. Doesn't count. Then they go bam, bam, bam. The penalties for missing, I guess they found out, doesn't make up for the time it takes. The time saved. So they do that, and they go through, they run it through, and they make their layup at the end.
Oh, and Donovan Mitchell. There were a lot of guys. Donovan Mitchell is holding up, like just doing thumbs down to them as the crowd is booing them. I do appreciate a good technicality. The league has to be pissed at Chris Paul when he does that.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, they disqualified him.
Yeah, they DQ'd him. Yeah, they DQ'd him.
Which is that's not in any rule book. So I mean, that was just an executive. Yeah, apparently Silver can step in and say you're disqualified, but he can't step in and say, Lakers, no, you're not allowed to make this trade with the Mavericks.
Yeah, so I love a good technicality. I love a good loophole, but come on, like you just completely showed that the entire weekend in sport is a sham.
Oh, that defines the NBA All-Star Weekend more than anything I've ever seen. That Chris Paul was just like, don't even try to shoot. Yeah. Literally, we don't care about the fans or anything else. We're just going to toss this up to the rim. Here are the balls, and we're going to run down to the other side.
It was so bad. I mean, they weren't even trying.
Nope.
Again, I love a good loophole, but that perfectly encapsulated.
Get him away from Wemby as fast as possible.
You think he's a little toxic?
Yeah, don't let him pollute your future NBA star.
Man, there was quite a bit of Spur out there this weekend.
There's a lot of Spur.
Wemby and Paul and Castle and
we'll have great audio later of why Victor Wembanyama should be the GM of the Mavericks, because he knows how to do PR for them better than they do.
Very, very true. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got myself, Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden. Sean back tomorrow. Happy President's Day. Yesterday, like I said, your first Sunday without football in over 6 months. It was also your last Sunday without baseball until November. Let's get you set for Rangers spring training. Game starts this week. It's next to The Fan.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
President's Day to one and all. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean taking President's Day. I'll be honoring all 40, I guess there's 46 different presidents.
No, 45.
Suckers and losers.
Who was the other one that was?
Grover Cleveland won.
45. Wow,
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah.
There you go. Did you know, because this is President, we're going to do a little President's Day fun fact every second.
I know you've got fun facts loaded up the
Yeah.
whole week. That's why I'm standing right now. It's just
That's right.
I'm
That's right.
on the edge of my
Bobby is
seat.
so disgusting. Did you know that President's Day will actually never fall on a president's birthday?
Never?
It's the third Monday in February.
Oh.
And
It's always on the third Monday. Just like Valentine's Day is always on Tuesday.
So it's on a Tuesday. Third Monday, so that means that I guess because Washington's is on the 22nd, so it can't go past that. You know? I don't know. So that's what AI said.
It's interesting.
AI said it, so I just assume
Into
it's
the
true.
future, though, we could have a shot.
We could.
Who knows?
Because Lincoln's on the 12th, so that's never going to be the third Monday either.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, there's got to be into the future somebody certainly. So if you were basically born on February 15th through the 21st, then history would say you're never going to be president.
right.
You can tell your kids to let go of that dream.
So my niece, happy birthday yesterday to her.
I got a buddy. His birthday's February 15th.
So
he was never going to be president.
Never. She'll never make it. And maybe if you know her politics, you're probably happy about that. So that's it depends. I don't know. Depends.
Who would be happy about that? You or Sean?
I think my mom. All
right, that tells me all I need to know.
I think my mom would.
All praise to Allah.
That's my favorite drink.
It's so good. Spring training is here. And this is a lot of what ifs. The Rangers will be in first place at the All-Star break if Friday is the first spring training game. Friday.
Mm-hmm.
They will be in first place at the All-Star break if three things happen. If Corey Seager is the starting shortstop in the All-Star game, means he's having a great year.
Does it mean he's having a great year? Or does it mean
healthy? He's healthy.
He's healthy enough that fans voted him.
Right. He's healthy. Because Bobby Jr. is probably the favorite.
Yep.
No doubt about that one.
So he would have to be putting up absurd numbers.
Right.
To take
Absolutely. So and that's good, right? If he's putting up absurd numbers, they're going to be up to a great start. 2, if Wyatt Langford is having a good enough year to have one of the 3 outfield spots.
Dude, we talked about Wyatt Langford on Friday with Jared. So Jared came on with us on Friday and just did a little bit of a mini preview or whatever. And while we were getting ready, we went and looked up Wyatt Langford's splits because I was trying to remember, all right, what was he doing at the end of last year? I remember he was playing really well at the last year. Dude, his final...
His OPS over 900 the last, 50 games,
if
right?
you just look over, his last 30, his last 30 games, his pace was, 50 home runs, 200 hits. He was absolutely off the charts. In fact, I'm trying to pull it up right now to look at what it was. Over the course of the final, we'll say it was over the last 25 games, his pace was that he was a 50 home run hitter, which is nuts.
The AL outfield is, we're assuming health for all these guys. If Trout's healthy, he's going to make it.
Yeah, but he's not going to be healthy.
He's not going to be healthy, but if he is.
It's like saying if deGrom starts 32 games this year.
We'll get to deGrom in a second. Judge, if he's healthy, is going to make it.
Yeah.
Shohei is out of the AL. Soto is out of the AL.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily. Julio Rodriguez is another one. All right, but Julio Rodriguez doesn't know the months of April, May, and June exist.
I was going to say, your most hated player in baseball, Julio Rodriguez, I feel like.
He's a great player. He just forgets that the season starts in April.
Do you feel like that was a big victory for you? When everybody was calling him a top 5 player in baseball.
They're all big.
I know, but that one you were
I was angry.
You were ahead on that one.
I was angry on that one.
You were defiant.
I was angry on that one. Wyatt doesn't have to start, but if he is good enough to make the All-Star team with an outfield that is, crowded at the top, but there's a lot of question marks. Trout could easily, would it surprise anybody if Trout missed 50 games before the All-Star break? No.
Mm-mm.
And there's only 80 games before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So it's not but it would not surprise, and it would not surprise me if Judge hits 2 DL stints in the first couple months. He gets injured.
IL, sir.
Sorry. And then finally,
I know we're a month back into the new administration, but slow down.
And then finally, and now the other spot obviously is deGrom. The 3 things. And I'm forget the All-Star thing here. When was the last time Jake deGrom threw 100 innings in a season?
Was it 2019?
Yeah.
2019?
Yeah. Now, Grant, 2020
it was COVID. He was healthy the whole year.
He was healthy, and he wouldn't have had a chance to have 100 innings. There was
he made it. Yeah, he made
60
it.
games.
I think he missed 1 start, maybe.
Yeah, so he didn't have a chance. But look, is he gonna be healthy enough to make 15 starts by July? Probably not. But even if he was, I don't think it'd be smart to do that anyway.
No,
would you? Would you? Like, would you pitch him every 5th day, or would you say every 2 or 3 starts, skip him?
I mean,
you know what I mean? Like,
so you're just worried in general about him being hurt. You're not worried necessarily about the Tommy John, like the UCL.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm worried about it all.
Yeah, but I would say, look, they put another one in there. It's like you put a new timing belt on your car. It's like, I imagine that one's not going to snap for a while.
I would think not.
I would hope not.
The second one is always the list of guys that have come back and succeed. Like, that's the thing with Shohei.
Isn't there a little bit of it though that you just got to say, like, I got to get what I can out of this guy.
You got to. Yeah.
I paid him, and he's going to be here. And if the tires fall off, they fall off. But we got to see what he can do. Which at the end of last year, I talked about this with Jared on Friday. He was getting hit hard at the end of last year when he came back. And I was trying to ask Jared, I was like, all right, is that decline, or is because his velocity was down too? And I was like, is that decline, or
it was
is
like
that
97, right?
He was about a mile per hour down from where he's been throughout his career, his average fastball. And every pitch was about 1.5 miles per hour down. And his exit velocity, his average exit velocity was the highest of his career last year by like 6 miles per hour. And so I asked Jared, I was like, all right, is that decline? Is that this is who he is now? Like is that a question we're looking at, or is it just the nature of he was coming back for the first time in 15 months?
Right.
Jared felt like he's probably going to have a little bit of a decline when he comes back. He's probably not going to be totally deGrom.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally possible. But that he thought last year was more just, all right, here's an extended spring training, get you some innings before you ramp up for next year.
I'm hoping that's what it was. This is a situation where, like, if you're so you know how Michael Gallup never trusted the knee again. And part of that, not necessarily is not running straight, it's cutting. Right?
That's a big part of it. Yeah, it's that.
It's just cutting.
Because, I mean, that's what the ACL is. The ACL is the ability to move laterally.
So if you're deGrom, you could let it go, but, how confident are you that you're about to rip off a slider?
Right.
You know what I mean? That might be the issue. Throwing a changeup isn't going to hurt his arm, right? You're throwing a fastball. Yeah, there's torque there, obviously, but the slider, it's the slider, right? And or any kind of breaking pitch. That's the one that really is like, oh, okay. Do we really trust this?
All right, I've got a question for you though. Do you feel like, because I think this is something that this has got me a little bit excited because I'm a dumb sports fan, Chop. If you look, I've told Eric to ask him this in the clubhouse.
I can't sit down.
The flow is coming back. Is he Samson? He's got to have the long locks back.
Oh.
Is that going to help his injury situation? Because that's as long as his hair's been since he's been in Texas. I wonder if he's letting the flow come back, the full-on Syndergaard look.
I like the idea. Boy, by the way, it's a sad state. When Bobby shows me something, I always assume it's going to be something sinister. So the first thing when he showed me that photo is I looked right at his junk. And
mine or Jacob's?
Thanks. I was like, what is he trying to show me here?
No, that was just a hair thing. But I'll tell you somebody who is really high on the Texas Rangers.
Dude, I'm serious. Just get on board. This is the best team in the AL West. I think it's the second best team in the American League, assuming health.
Ooh, strong. You are Jim Bowden. That is what you are.
The Yankees are pretty clearly the best team in the American League. They're just the most talented. The AL stinks. If you can't make the playoffs of the American League this year, every team, if you can't make the playoffs of the American League this year, you need to question where you are as an organization.
Jim Bowden has released the former GM, who I believe once traded Mike Bassick. Jim Bowden has released his MLB power rankings. Where do you think the Texas Rangers sit as we open spring training?
Throughout the entire league?
Throughout the entire league. All of Major League Baseball.
Give me a second here.
You think where in the AL? Second?
I would put them second. I think Jim will have them fourth.
Fourth in the AL?
Yeah, they're behind Dodgers, Padres. They're behind Atlanta, Mets, Phillies, Yankees. I'll say he has Seattle ahead of them and Cleveland. So you have them ninth.
Not even close.
Fourth?
Fourth in Major League Baseball. Whoa. Ahead of them is only the Phillies, Yankees, and Dodgers. This is his write-up. He says the Rangers were 78-84 last season, finishing third in the AL West, 10.5 games behind the Astros. So why do I have them fourth in my initial power rankings? Several reasons. First, they have a significant number of impact players who were injured last year and are now healthy, such as ace Jacob deGrom, outfielder Evan Carter, and third baseman Josh Young. Second, they have a plethora of young talent ready to break out, including Wyatt Langford, Carter, and right-hander Kumar Rocker. Boy, how sad is it they don't even mention Leiter anymore. Third, they acquired 2 more power bats this offseason, trading for first baseman Jake Berger and signing designated hitter Jock Peterson, which lengthens their lineup and gives them 8 out of 9 batters who have hit 20-plus home runs in a season. Fourth, they have a deep starting rotation. Combine those factors with the core of their lineup led by Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, and Adolis Garcia, and it's easy to see the Rangers being formidable again. When future Hall of Fame manager Bruce Bochy led the Giants to 3 World Series titles, you know what he's going to point out? He did it every other year. 2010, 2012, 2014, rather than consecutively. Will history repeat itself this year for Bochy? That's strong, though. 4th in the American League. That's
4th in baseball.
Or 4th in baseball. That's Bowden banking on they're going to be healthy.
Yes. If they're healthy, they're one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the league.
Are you more excited about Berger or Jock Peterson?
Ooh. Jock.
I'm excited
just
for Jock.
Just because he's got some drip.
And I think he's supposed to be like an awesome clubhouse guy.
Peterson?
Awesome media guy. So I'm just excited to be able to hear from him.
Yeah. Chris Young did really an amazing job with limited resources financially this offseason. Like they're not the Mets. They're not spending like the Dodgers or the Mets. They're not doing that. Not until they get the TV thing figured out. But I think he did a tremendous job with what he had to work with, and they're set up, assuming health. And you're right; it's funny they didn't even mention Leiter, but they're set up if they could say, and that's a big if with health, especially with some of the guys that they got. What does Evan Carter come back as? Does
Bradford, as good as he was last year, he's got to show he can stay healthy. Rocker's got to stay healthy. Like even your young guy, even these young players he listed there, Young, Rocker, Carter, they've all got to show they can stay healthy.
And does Adolis return to 23 form? Does Semien have a decline?
Yeah, Semien was. I mean, in general, you look at last year.
Older.
Yeah, Seager is getting older. Seager's not old yet, but Seager's getting older, and Seager didn't have as strong of a year even when he was on the field last year as he did the year before.
Happens.
So, hey, before we throw it to break, where are your baby wipes?
They're in the
which pocket?
Jeez.
If you're holding it this way,
here, let me grab it.
Bottom left. Bobby's struggling.
They're dude wipes, not baby wipes.
Right there.
Thank you.
There you go, Bobby.
Be right back.
This is what we have to deal
Jeez,
with.
all day.
All day.
How many segments is he gonna miss?
I don't think he's gonna miss any because he just stops in the middle.
Right.
He was in the bathroom in the last break.
And now he's asking for the wipes.
You know what that means? You know what that means he didn't do? Don't say it. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. 2025 is that rare year where you get all the good holidays on a weekend, and we had one this weekend with Valentine's Day. How did you spend your Valentine's Day? Peyton tells us all about his coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But we'll get you over.
Uber Eats has a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those was it made?
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg mayonnaise?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg made. God, you said
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
What did Adam Silver say about the Luca Doncic? Oh, Jesus.
Whoa. It's like you just
already forgotten him.
You're like Peyton at 7:00 on a Thursday. Jeez.
I heard like 3 people over the weekend mispronounce his name, and I'm like, how are we still doing this?
I mean, how are we doing it, Chop? You just did.
I know, right? No, but they were doing it like not on a sub. They were doing like Doncic.
Yeah, it's.
And I'm like, what? No.
Is it just so many people who have been used to just saying Luca for so long?
Yeah.
That they've never bothered to figure out what the last name is?
They never bothered to figure it out. Yeah. But whatever. Adam Silver, we'll talk about that coming up at 7:00. Did you know it is President's Day, Bobby? And
I did know
this
that.
every single segment. Teddy Roosevelt named it the White House in 1901. Prior to that, it was the President's Palace.
Ooh, it's probably a better move calling it the White House because the President's Palace probably feels a little, arrogant.
Sounds about white.
Yeah, it does. It was also known as the Executive Mansion and the President's House. They didn't have a full name for it. And Teddy Roosevelt, 1901, the White House.
He just walked up and goes, "That's a White House.
The White House.
We'll just call it that.
Big White House.
The White House.
Oh, what if it was green? The greenhouse?
We called it the greenhouse.
But there already are greenhouses.
Yeah. Yeah. Ask about the gas emissions.
Yeah,
Apparently that's a big deal.
Greenhouse gases from the White House has a total different connotation.
Yeah, exactly.
So how was your Valentine's Day?
It was good. And let us know on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text how your Valentine's Day went with your sweet babu. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. But I had an issue. I had a problem. We went to this dinner at Whiskey and Smoke in Flower Mound, which is one of my favorite spots.
Isn't that where you had your birthday party or whatever?
No, that was Jacob's graduation was next door at Underdogs. But that entire strip of restaurants there, that's all owned by the same restaurant group. So they bought every one of those things and put in like all 8 of their concepts. So there's like a lot of different things you can do down there. It's a cool spot right on the Riverwalk. I love it. So I had gotten some hell from Kristen this week for... Mm-hmm. She basically had scolded me for Christmas a little bit, where she was like, if you're just going to, at the last second, grab some stuff off a shelf, then just don't bother. And I was like, ooh, okay. All right, so I'll plan something out a little bit. And she was just like saying, don't feel obligated to where you just go grab it. If you put some thought into it, do it. But if you're not going to put thought into it, don't even do it. Mm-hmm. I was like, all right, fine, fair enough. So we went to Whiskey and Smoke. That's one of her favorite places. And it was great. 5-course meal. Had these, you get all these different options. And the problem was when we got to the second option, and we could get either a soup, a wedge salad, or it was something seafood. And I was like, no, I'm not doing the seafood. But the soup was an Italian soup.
Well.
And I was like...
Minestrone?
Or no, it wasn't Italian soup. It was French onion soup. Way different. No, I was thinking of what the next course was, and it screwed me up.
I think they might border each other.
Okay,
I don't know.
Regardless, French onion soup. So I don't know what that is, I guess.
It's disgusting.
I had heard French when I've never ordered it. You've seen the way I order at a restaurant. I'm a child. I'm very
but this is one of your food takes that's actually, I think, right.
But I'm a childish order, so I would have never ordered that before unless it was one of a select options where you have to pick something. And so I was like, okay, French onion soup. That's like it's like potato soup, right? It's like white or something, and it's like a little creamy. Man. That's what it is. Nope. They dropped this bowl in front of me with a tortilla over it.
Cheese.
That I was told that was cheese. I only found that out from Peyton because I sent a picture of it and I said, I don't know what this is, and I don't know how I'm supposed to eat it. I thought this was just going to be a bowl of soup that I could just eat like a normal person. And Peyton says, well, you're supposed to let the cheese melt in there. I was like, okay, so this is cheese. All right, so I am supposed to push this in, I guess.
It's provolone, I think.
I'm not even kidding, Chop.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you how embarrassing.
I saw the photo.
No, I'm going to show you how embarrassing of a child I am. So this is not going to be, you don't have to look for junk when I turn this around. I was so lost that I went on ChatGPT and I said, how do I eat French onion soup?
Oh, Bobby.
I said, do I mix the top layer of cheese in? And this thing said, when eating French onion soup, follow these steps for the best experience. So they said, break through the cheese. Use your spoon to break through the layer of melted cheese and bread on top. It said, spoon carefully. Scoop up a bit of everything in each bite. Some cheese, broth, and caramelized onions. Use a knife if needed. So I was about ready to use a knife because that cheese was not breaking up easily with just the spoon. And so I'm like, I feel like if I'm using a knife to eat soup, this is not soup anymore. Like to me, if I have to use a knife to cut up my soup,
look, I mean, now a bread bowl, different story. To me, the bread bowl chowder is the best. Bread bowl clam chowder is my favorite. Because it's a meal. It's a full meal.
You want to see what my other question I asked ChatGPT at dinner? Here, I want you to read it. It's the top one. Because I was confused when I sat down and I was not going to ask Kristen.
Are you supposed to eat a charcuterie by hand in a fancy restaurant?
I didn't know if I was supposed to use little utensils to pick up the stuff.
Use a fork.
I don't know. You guys have all these dumb rules about which fork and outside in and everything else.
I mean, you can obviously you don't eat the cracker with your hands, but you cut it. You could use the knife to cut it.
Okay, and I found that out.
Yeah.
ChatGPT told me. So that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to start ChatGPT when I'm in a fancy restaurant and I don't.
Amazing.
I mean, it's like an SNL skit. Like ChatGPT for restaurant etiquette. Like I'm seriously just pulling out my phone, trying to listen to my wife at dinner and just.
So did you get her anything for Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I got her tickets to Post Malone.
Well.
Yeah. She's been wanting to see him really bad.
All right.
So.
Did you have those tickets for like months and you just decided to bring it out because it's Valentine's Day?
Nope.
Oh. Nice.
Maybe he'll play.
Got him as soon as
Smells
she
Like Teen Spirit.
Got him as soon as she told me to put some thought into it. I was like, okay, all right. Well, she's wanted Post Malone, so we'll go get that after. And that's why I asked you last week, Peyton. Hey, when did you get Post Malone tickets?
I got them too. I'll be going as well.
Yeah,
nice.
That's why
nice. I got Sarah flowers.
Flowers. That was it.
Well, it was. We're not big gift givers now. I'm not gonna. She wink. I may have taken the flowers from some of my arrangements for my dad's funeral.
Oh my God! No, did you really? Did you really do that?
Yeah, I just pulled a couple of them out.
That's amazing.
I mean, there's a couple of white roses in there.
You re-gifted funeral flowers.
Took some of the white roses out, and I gave her those. And then, they looked a little sad. There was only 3 of them.
I wonder why.
They looked a little sad on the table. So I decided, I had to go to. I dropped off Luca on Friday. He had a baseball game. It was like a day game because they had off. Apparently, they get off for Valentine's Day now because kids can't stand the option of not getting a Valentine's Day card at school or something.
They don't do valograms anymore.
They don't do valograms anymore. The kids can't stand that, so they just give them the whole day off. So he had a baseball game at 2, so I had to drop him off at the school at 11. And I came back on the way home. I had to stop at Sam's. I got some stuff, and then I bought her a full dozen roses then.
Oh, good.
But so I added to the because the other 3 looked pretty sad. It looked like it was looked like the single rose in Da Vinci Code.
or the one from Beauty and the Beast that's just dying.
Withering and dying.
817 took my girl down to Dripping Springs for the romantic weekend getaway. Let's see, what else do we have here? Dude, this is wild. 817. Kudos to you, sir. I don't think I could even get away with this. Had my parents come help my wife with the baby while I went on a guy's golf trip in East Texas. Pretty solid Valentine's weekend. Could you get away with that?
I was really fantastic.
Could you get away with having somebody come help Sarah around the house on Valentine's Day so you could go on a golf trip with the boys for the weekend?
Absolutely not, because if he came around to help her on Valentine's Day, help her with something else.
I couldn't get along.
There's not a chance. There's not a chance you leave your girl on Valentine's Day and let some other man come in the house to outman you.
Yeah, that's a bad look. Peyton,
bad look.
Peyton, you got abandoned on Valentine's Day. Did you go to Twin Peaks for Sweethearts Week like I told you to?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I did not. I just stayed at home and just watched TV, I guess. Whatever was on, what Netflix or whatever I watched there. Went to bed early. Yeah, Mackenzie was babysitting all weekend, so I just had the place to myself. Cleaned up some, but...
So she wasn't around all weekend?
Yeah, because this one, I mean, they pay stupid money, so I was like, you know what, go ahead. Like, I'd be the babysitter if they paid me for that, because I mean, they pay a lot of money. But yeah,
could you go house sit with her?
I did Friday. I went over for a little bit, but I don't know the parents. I don't know how weird that is if I was over there for a long time. So, but yeah, she stays at the house for the whole weekend.
Did they tell you could go over there, or are you just admitting on the air potentially and upsetting this family?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have admitted that. But,
Ring doorbell camera. They got cameras in the house.
Probably. It's a nice neighborhood.
He was complaining about this last week. He was like, yeah, she asked me a couple months ago hey, would it be cool if I did this on Valentine's Day because we won't be together? And Peyton said yes, and then he said as the week got here, he was like, well, I kind of don't want her to do it now. So
if Valentine's Day was on like a Tuesday, like it usually is, or a Wednesday, I'd probably be fine with it. But with it being on a Friday, it's like, man, that's right there on the weekend.
Man, we got it good this year, man. We really do. We've got 4th of July is on a Friday. We've got.
Do we get that day off though?
4th of July? Yeah, we do. We get that day off. Okay. Like New Year's Eve was on, or this coming year, New Year's Eve is on like a Wednesday or Thursday, so you can just take the rest of the week off. It's a good year for holidays. Valentine's Day, like I said, on a Friday. 4th of July on a Friday. Hell yeah.
Really quickly, when we wrap up here, we mentioned Post Malone as Valentine's Day gifts, and you mentioned maybe they'll play some Smells Like Teen Spirit. What's Post Malone getting into now? You say he's isn't he doing like Nirvana cover music now?
Yeah, he's got like an album coming out where it's just cover songs. So I'm ready for this one. He's releasing an album of Nirvana covers due out in April. Too bad they didn't use the best grunge band of the 90s, which is Alice in Chains. Just do a cover of that. But you can't duplicate Lane. So you can't even try.
No, you can't. Look, I mean, Nirvana, Peyton, how many Nirvana songs can you name? Well, and by the way, we're going to play How Young is Peyton Russell at 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, baby.
How many Nirvana songs can you name?
I think 1, 2, maybe.
Name them. What are they?
I think just the one. Teen Spirit.
It's called Teen Spirit?
No, it's not. But
what's their album called with the naked baby?
I don't think I know that.
Oh,
either.
well, whatever. Never mind. Can you? Okay, real quick.
It might be the best album.
We got to go to break.
Here, hold on. Before we go to break, just real quick. I want you to show me the what does the guitar intro to Smells Like Teen Spirit sound like? Do it, like, just imitate it real quick.
Down.
Okay, all right. He does know.
Yeah,
all right,
good.
Very good. You heard it. All right, more of that at 9 o'clock.
All right, here we go. It's more of that 9 o'clock. And How Young is Peyton Russell? It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Adam.
Doesn't sound right. Was it sometimes good?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you hadn't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But
Class 3 The Fan brought to you by the College Baseball Showcase.
Globe Life Field is the home for college baseball, and you won't want to miss the Amegy Bank College Baseball Series presented by Kubota, February 28th through March 2nd, featuring Auburn, Baylor, Ohio State, and Oregon State. Visit globelifefield.com for tickets and more information.
Solos, make sure you get the Hour Fan listening in today on the Odyssey app because that will enter you in the Odyssey National Contest for you and 3 of your friends to go to Vegas to watch the College Basketball Championships airfare, and you'll be staying at the Circle Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination and home of Stadium Swim. Plus, you'll be going with $20,000 to spend, so get the hour of listening in on the Odyssey app for your entry to win our Slam Dunk Odyssey National Contest.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ, 105 The Fan. Newer music.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
Have we had this
Alice in
before?
Chains?
It's not Alice. I don't think this is Alice.
Oh, okay.
Good stuff, though. Sean and
I like
RJ, 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Gotcha, Dad.
Peyton and Aiden alongside. Sean's back tomorrow on this President's Day. The first president to appear on national TV.
Richard Nixon.
FDR, 1939.
Damn it. I thought we were doing like on TV.
President's Day. He was the first to appear on national television.
Like broadcasting to the country. Okay, I was thinking more like a TV show because Richard Nixon was on Laugh-In. That was the first Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Was he really?
Yeah, that was the final question. When John Carpenter, not John Carpenter Freeway, but when John Carpenter won
the director
not
of
that one
Halloween.
Either. Not that one either. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Their first $1 million winner who ran through the whole set without needing a lifeline. That was the $1 million question. Was who was the U.S. president who appeared on Laugh-In? And the answer was Richard Nixon.
No kidding.
Yep. They weren't laughing for long.
That guy was a little arrogant.
He was, but it was a great bit. He uses the phone a friend to call his dad and go, "Hey, I don't really need your help. I just want to tell you I'm going to win the million." But
I don't need you. I don't need you, Dad.
That
I don't
was
need
awesome.
You. That's a guy who hates his father. That's a guy who hates his father.
We'll play some audio tomorrow. See how well your roast went.
Hey, look, I used his flowers for a good cause.
I can't believe you did that.
Amazing.
Instacart John and Flower Mound says that needs to be G-Bag of the Year. You gifting Sarah funeral flowers for Valentine's. I can't believe you did that.
They got to go to use. They got to go to use, man. I mean, what did I lug these things home for?
She would have appreciated the thriftiness, I guess. Like, hey, you saved some money. That's good.
Good, very good. All right, so the NBA All-Star Weekend was this weekend in the Bay Area, and Adam Silver did his kind of state of the league as his, I guess this time of year they all do it. Mm-hmm. But Roger Goodell did it at the Super Bowl week. Silver does it at the All-Star. Bettman does it, and I'm sure Rob Manfred does something like this week as it's the start of spring training or across the sport.
Yeah, does Manfred? I get the feeling like most people in Major League Baseball don't want Manfred near a mic.
Probably not,
because they're just like, dude, you start talking about golden at bats and stuff. Just shut up.
It's a good float. Float the idea.
It is.
It's a good float. Float the idea. Right?
It would have been nice if some people around here would have floated some ideas and gotten some feedback.
There you go. That's I could think of two. I can think of two ideas that would have been good with that one. But
let's talk about one of them.
Let's talk about one of them here, and that is the Luca trade. So Adam Silver talked about his initial reaction and his surprise at the trade.
I was surprised when I heard about the trade. I did not know that Luca was potentially a player that was about to be traded. That was news to me. I followed it like a fan from that standpoint. And I've said before, that's the kind of confidential information that's generally not shared with the league in advance unless a team is publicly shopping a player. And as best to my knowledge, that's not what happened in the case of Dallas and Los Angeles. And in terms of anger at the fan base, I'm empathetic. I understand it. I mean, Dallas was in the finals last year, and I've also said this before. I like Luca very much. I've known him since the day I actually met him before he came into this league when he was at Real Madrid when we were over there, playing a preseason game. And it seems genuinely, truly authentic that he was stunned and disappointed. You could see it in his body language.
All right, so obviously you could tell, yes, in that body language, he was stunned and disappointed. We did talk about we had a body language expert that we played the audio from that was on Channel 8, and she detailed his complete and utter shock.
I think we all read the same thing.
I think we didn't need an expert on this one.
Yeah, the kid, much more useful for the Jason Kidd body language.
Yes.
The Luca body language is like, yeah, that guy, his dog just died. Yep, that's what that looks like.
Yeah, it looked like he was just completely elsewhere mentally.
Yeah, and this is, I don't buy, by the way, what he says. They're just like, oh, we never have any idea of potential trades that are coming unless somebody's publicly shopping a player. It's like, dude, I don't believe that. People in the league office have an understanding of what could be coming down the pike. Maybe not routinely. I mean, especially this one. This one, nobody seemed to have any sort of sense that it was coming, because if the league office would have caught wind of it, I'm guessing all the other teams would have caught wind of it too. And nobody knew that he was available. And it's still an awful return. I am seeing, I don't know about you, are you starting to see a turning of the tide a little bit? Or maybe people willing to more loudly voice their opinions who are in favor of trading Luca? I'm seeing a lot more of that on social media. I've been going back and forth with some people on Twitter lately who are just, I made some joke about Nico Harrison yesterday. Somebody replied back to me and said, let's see your trophy case, GM Bobby. It's like, okay, so that's... He
doesn't have a trophy case either.
Like, Nico's got a Western Conference Finals trophy, so you're saying, like, we should trust him to drive this franchise off of a cliff? What? Or like, we should trust Patrick Dumont and what he's done here, which is just basically blown into town and said, I don't give a damn about the city of Dallas or its residents or this fan base.
Yeah, look, there were a handful of people when the trade first happened said, look, they're going to be better regardless. They're a better team right now. Luca was either soft or didn't play defense or whatever. You were going to have that. The vast majority of fans, and look, that may all be true. The return, nobody can argue though the return they got was not what it needs to be. That's the fact. You can't argue. The return they got sucked.
Oh, and it wasn't just that. Where the league needs to, I would have hoped the league would have had a conversation, and they won't, because Adam Silver's spineless. He's the most spineless commissioner in professional sports to me. I don't think he has any real legitimate power. Mm-hmm. Because he's terrified. He's terrified of the players. He's terrified of the stars.
He's a players commissioner. There's no doubt about that. And which is like that for this league. That's what they want. Like,
somebody needs to communicate to the Mavericks how. I would hope somebody at the league office would have communicated to the Mavericks like, you are hurting our bottom line now as a league when you're pissing off a fan base in a top 5 media market like this and having no sense of empathy for them going through it a little bit. That you can't do that. Like we've even drawn this comparison already. When the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer, a lot of people were furious about that. Mm-hmm. And Jerry stepped up there and acknowledged it at the press conference the next day and basically went 15 minutes straight before even taking a question just to talk about, hey, I understand people are mad. I understand you're angry, blah, blah. Like, he didn't justify it and you weren't happy with it after he answered it, but he at least acknowledged, like, I hear the fan base right now and I understand. All right, I understand you're upset and I empathize with that. This is why we thought it was the right move. That is not how Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont have handled it. Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont.
Nico didn't even go to the press conference.
No, he wasn't
at the podium.
What they have opted for is defense wins championships.
That's right.
And you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how we need a hard worker like Shaquille O'Neal.
You saw it was evident the fact that Nico did a presser with Kidd, and then when they introduced AD and Max Christie, he wasn't even there.
Oh, as somebody pointed out,
he wasn't on the podium. It wasn't at the podium with them.
It wasn't just a presser with Kidd. It was Kidd's daily media availability that Nico just crashed for the first 3 minutes and then bailed. He did not sit for any sort of official press conference about the trade.
Yeah, because he saw the reaction. It's the way it is. I mean, that angered a lot of fans. All right, here's more from Silver on the trade.
Having said all that, I also am sympathetic to the Mavericks organization. I mean, I've known Nico Harrison for a long time from his prior tenure at Nike, and I've gotten to be close to Patrick Dumont, our new governor. In Dallas, I can say one thing for sure. Whether or not history will ultimately judge this as a smart trade, they did what they thought was in the best interest of their organization. I have absolutely no knowledge or believe there were any ulterior motives. There's no doubt in my mind that the Dumont Adelson families bought that team to keep it in Dallas. I have no doubt whatsoever that they're committed to the long-term success of that franchise. And in terms of the Dallas fans, all I can say to them is, again, time will tell whether it's the smart trade, but I think they should believe in their organization. Their organization truly made a trade that they believed was in the best interest of the organization. And in many cases, again, doesn't mean they were right or wrong, but it's very difficult to put yourselves in their shoes. I mean, they are living with a situation. They have a philosophical belief on what's necessary ultimately to win championships, and I'm not in a position to second guess that.
All right, so one of the things that I still look, I understand the conspiracy theories. You have to have a conspiracy theory in everything that happens now. You can't not. Nobody believes anything anymore. But I just the whole Luca trade Luca to get the team out of here argument. By the time you're even allowed to move the team based on the lease and then the inevitable construction, like you're not going to start construction before 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Luca's by the time that thing is built, and that whole thing comes to reality, it's 2033. He's 35 years old.
Here's
or 33. He's
Luca?
Yeah.
No, Luca's 30 by that point. 31.
No. By the time the casino and everything is built.
But yeah, because their lease is up in what, 2030?
2030.
So he'd be 31 when that lease is
and
up.
then you're not building something before the lease that you move there, you play in T-Mobile. Like this thing is not even a reality until 2033. And at that point, Luca's like, 33 years old. Like he's halfway to being out of the league.
Well, so here
70% of the out of the league.
Let me play the other side of that. And I don't think that's the move. I don't think they're trying.
That's a really long play.
But it's so hard to justify it. You have to start looking for things like that. You have to go this is so stupid. What could the only explanation be? So here's the only thing I would say. If you trade Luca and you continue to anger the fan base, and then let's say maybe you've angered Kyrie Irving, and then Kyrie Irving bails, and you're talking about you have one first-round draft pick between now and 2030 when the lease is up. If you start losing people and you're building around AD and then he's getting hurt and you don't have draft picks, you could kill a fan base in the city over the next 5 years to where you could time it up to where when that lease is up, you could do it. I'm not saying that's not the play, but I'm saying if you were going to do that, if you wanted to make a play to kill this fan base by the time the lease is up, they are following those steps.
Yeah, they are. They would be following those steps. But like you could, if you wanted to move the team, you can move a team anytime you want.
I will never get over the fact that he let him talk him out of the extra first round pick and Dalton Connect. He was like, Luca's not worth that though.
It blows the mind.
Meanwhile, Jeannie Buss walks Luka Doncic through Lakers headquarters did you see that video the Lakers released?
No.
It was like Luka's first day at Lakers headquarters, and Jeannie Buss is showing him everything, and she's like, there's a lot of rich Lakers history here, and you're going to have your own wing of it. And she's just like, it's like, okay, the guy who you say is going to have his own wing of Lakers history, you managed to effectively sell the Mavs that, well, not Dalton Connect.
Yeah,
I can't give you Dalton. I can't give you a 2029 draft pick for him. Come on,
no.
That's ridiculous.
That's just lunacy.
Not the 30th pick.
You wouldn't want that.
What are you going to even use that 30th pick on? Some French basketball player that'll never start for you guys?
You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that anyway. No, that's the thing. The Lakers don't care where they get their players from. Madison, we care. We don't want mercenary. We want to grow our own. It's a different mindset. Like they want championships at all costs. And I'll just speak for myself. Like, yeah, they're great. I want to love the team that I'm rooting for too, though. Like, I want to grow with the team.
Spencer Dinwiddie talked about it. He's like, they went from Dirk to Luca. Yeah, and they felt like, man, we had Dirk for 20 years. We're gonna have Luca for 20 years. And how fortunate we got the Green Bay Packers set up. We got that miracle of going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, like the 23 Rangers title was awesome. The 2010 one would have been way more special.
Yeah, even more than I loved the 11 team.
Or 11 too.
But even the 11 team was Napoli and Beltray and guys you acquired. That 2010 team was you went
Almost
out and you went and got
yours.
Yeah, you went and got Cliff Lee basically.
Yeah,
was it? But yeah, just like 2011 when the Mavericks won the NBA Finals, I loved it. It's one of my favorite moments as a sports fan. It did suck a little that it couldn't be the 2016.
Right, the 06 team was more yours.
That was Josh Howard, Marquise Daniels, Dirk. It was a little bit more, this is ours. Just like the 92-93 Cowboys.
You don't apologize for it. You take the title when it's there, but there are some that, like the 92 one would have, I assume, it's so long ago you forget because you were a kid. The 92 one was just more special than 95.
Yeah,
and you didn't have.
Dion was in 95. Yeah, it was a different setup.
It changes things up a little bit. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Justin Tucker. It's over. Plus your best and worst of the weekend. It's all coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. After we get you over to QC Cut.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through The Fan. Sean's out back tomorrow. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. It is President's Day. Roads are a little light this morning. Did you know the shortest president was James Madison, a whopping 5'4"?
Whoa. Sandler height.
Tiny.
Just little guy.
Man.
But I think wasn't that like it was closer to average height back then?
What was he, the fourth president?
Yeah.
Madison?
So, okay, in the 1800s, the average height of men in Europe was around 5'5" to 5'7".
Okay, so
and
he was born in Europe.
Yeah.
They all, the first like 4 or 5 were born in Europe.
So, yeah, look, average height. Come on.
All right.
Don't slight the guy.
I'm going to slight.
God slighted him enough already.
I'm going to slight him.
Yeah.
I'm just going to slide him.
Slightly built man.
Slightly built man.
Yeah, that's what he is.
How tall is Shoddy? We do know?
I don't think he's Brian Schottenheimer, I think is
quarterback.
I would guess he's
quarterback.
Around,
college football, the SEC.
I've stood.
That'd be 6'2".
I've stood next to him. I think he's 6'1".
Okay.
Maybe 6'2". You were right.
6'2". Gotta be
6'2".
Gotta be. He's your new coach.
Yes, he is. Maybe we'll get a chance to bump into him when we're in Indianapolis.
That's
about
next
10
week, right?
days from now.
Oh, baby!
I heard you
can't
got
wait, man.
Yeah, you're gonna love it, Peyton. You are gonna just absolutely love it. No, I'm genuinely gonna love this.
I got
you got the reservation confirmed.
I got the reservation confirmation. Sean does not believe it's happening.
Nope.
And my thing is like, it's a reservation. The reservation is what holds the table.
Yes, it is. But here's the thing that I don't think you guys will get a sense of this when we're out there. Like I asked Todd Archer will jump on with us one of those days that we're out there, and Archer was like, "That's too early." He's like, "I'm not getting on with you." He was kind of messing with me, but I was like, "It's Eastern time. We're on till 11 o'clock over there."
That's gonna throw me off.
And he said, "But no, you're gonna love it. 7 a.m. start time. Oh,
I'm gonna love it. Yes, I'm gonna love that, but it's gonna throw me off. 11 o'clock. I mean, I'm on my third exercise by 11 o'clock. What am I gonna do?
Imagine being able to walk out of the bar early morning hours, like 12:15, go to bed, and still get a good 6 hours sleep before the show. That's gonna be glorious. But I was talking to Todd, and I said, "Yeah, we're gonna be out there. I mean, it's till 11 o'clock because it's Eastern time." He goes, "Yeah, but Combine Indianapolis 11 is not normal 11 because you're usually out working the crowd all the night before." And so, but he did say, he's like, "No, I'll jump on with you."
Good.
So he'll be out there. He'll be hanging out with us. But that's the thing is that 7:30, that's early in Indy. So that's what time we got our reservation there. 7:30 is like, well, teams are still in meetings. They're not going. A lot of these dinners for teams and stuff end up being like 9 o'clock, 9:30. No, they got to. They've got their interviews. They're running people through the ringer. All right. Speaking of Todd Archer had an article up at ESPN this weekend. What Schottenheimer hire means for Prescott and the Cowboys offense. And this is how it starts off. It says it's about an hour before Brian Schottenheimer is introduced as the 10th head coach in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. Through the atrium windows at the Star, Dak Prescott is seen rehabbing from the surgery he had to repair a right hamstring avulsion suffered in Week 9 loss to the Atlanta Falcons. He's wearing a gray hoodie and gray sweatpants with Director of Rehabilitation Britt Brown holding the cords. Prescott goes through a series of exercises up and down the field to rebuild the strength in his right leg. Soon, Prescott will sit behind the media as Schottenheimer, Jerry Jones, and Stephen Jones answer questions for more than an hour, listening intently to a coach he has grown to like over the past 3 years and who could be the last coach he has as Cowboys quarterback. And that was the big line here that I wanted to focus on, because I think that's been an under-discussed part of the Brian Schottenheimer hire, is that I think not just could be, I think likely this is the last Cowboys head coach that Dak Prescott plays for. Todd Archer brings up the point, Dak is signed through 2028, so is Brian Schottenheimer. We know that they generally don't like to fire anybody. They'd rather the contract just run out because they don't want to pay out and have somebody do nothing for them. So if that's the case, I think you are looking at they are going to rise or fall together. And I think so much of this was a Dak Prescott hire. I think Dak drove a lot of this. A lot of their decision or faith in Brian Schottenheimer came from testimony from Dak Prescott and what he thinks he can be. And so I think that it's likely if Brian Schottenheimer gets fired, that's going to be the end of Dak Prescott too.
But Schottenheimer's not getting fired before the contract is over, right?
Wouldn't guess so. But I mean,
that's 4 years
possible.
regardless.
Yep.
And Dak at that point is what,
34, 35.
That's the end anyway. So you're right.
I mean,
for the most part, like he's kind of breaking down.
Yeah, I mean, if he's still,
he'd be a strict pocket passer at that point.
Yes,
even more so than he is now.
Yeah, he already is. I think that if they have success, if Brian Schottenheimer gets a second contract, Dak Prescott's still going to be here.
Yeah, I agree.
That means Dak was healthy, they had success, and it was enough to warrant an extension.
Yeah, there's very little chance Schotty gets a second deal if the thing doesn't work. If he does.
He is exclusively tied, I think, to Dak Prescott.
Does he have to do more than McCarthy to get another contract?
No, I don't think so. I think he has to show that.
Do we have any idea on his salary?
I don't. No, that's not out. And so here's
rumors.
Rumors are always, you see reports out there of people who, like, it's not confirmed, but you'll see people out there who talk about it being in like the $8 million range. But that's not confirmed. That's not out there. That's still
a year?
That's still on the lower end of most head coaches in the NFL.
Wasn't that more than Mike?
No, Mike was at 8.
Was it right at 8?
Mike was at 8. So, I mean, I would imagine he's probably around what Mike got. Probably because it's just they didn't want to spend more on it, I wouldn't think.
Okay, so why would he get an extension if he doesn't at least eclipse what Mike did?
Because I think we're talking about if he shows, like we mentioned, at the end of this deal, when the time the Steelers are running out, Dak Prescott's time may be running out. Some people would argue it's running out now. But if you feel like that he ushered in a new era or that he helped stabilize things with Dak and he helped stabilize things with this core, by that time, you're going to be looking to usher in a new era, right? You're going to be looking to kind of look for your next franchise quarterback, all those sort of things. If you look at what he did in the waning years of this core and go, I like it, let's give him something to build. We like what he did here, the way he kind of pivoted this core and had success. Maybe didn't have, because to me, there's a decent argument to say, if Mike McCarthy's here for the next 4 years, for instance, if they would have re-signed him, I don't think over the next 4 years they get back to where they were at their peak with McCarthy.
Probably not.
I don't
They're
think
not
they're
as good.
I don't think they're that good again. If Schottenheimer gets them close to that, then you've already outperformed what they projected out for McCarthy. And so if they're then going to build a new core, they may say, all right, we trust Schottenheimer to build this and turn this into a positive culture and a winning football team. And so to me, I think they're tied together. I think more than, how the argument kept being made when they were evaluating McCarthy, they would say, all right, well, Dak had his greatest year there with had his greatest year here with McCarthy. So why wouldn't you want to keep him around and keep that going and yada, yada, yada? I don't think that it was exclusively tied to Dak, like at all. I don't think they were evaluating the head coaching high. I don't think they were evaluating McCarthy as a coach based on what he did with Dak. I think they were evaluating it based on what is this culture That was a big part of the line that Schottenheimer used.
Yeah.
Culture, culture, culture.
Mm-hmm.
I think how Schottenheimer holds Dak's hand into these later years of his career, he is absolutely going to be judged more off of Dak's play than McCarthy was, I think. Especially because Dak made such a, I think, pound the fist on the table type of endorsement for him. That it's like, all right, well, you two are tied to each other.
So if Dak doesn't play well but the team performs well, that might not look as good on him.
Yeah, it might be something that dings him a little bit more. But I also think that if they're like, he stabilized things, he got more out of Dak in the final years than we thought McCarthy could have, then that could be enough to get him another contract even after Dak's gone. That's how I look at it.
Okay, interesting.
Do you think? Do you think this is the last?
I think they're tied together.
This is the last head coach Dak plays for here
with this team. Yeah,
you think so?
Yeah, I think. I don't see them giving him another contract anyway. He'll be 35. I don't see them giving. They will draft his replacement in the next 2 drafts. Not counting this one.
Are they going to be picking high enough?
No, yeah, again, not this one.
No, I know, but are they going to be? Do you anticipate they're going to be worse than they were this year?
No, not necessarily. I think they'll be in the mid-teens, or the 20. Maybe they'll make the playoffs over the next 3 years. The nature of the NFL says they're going to. So they're going to make the playoffs in the next 3 years. I just don't. I don't see. Now they're not going to draft a guy in the first round. They don't do that. They have shown you they're not going to do that. They need to. We detailed this. I mean, how many quarterbacks in this postseason were not first-round draft picks?
Yeah, I will say I'm trying to look here, and
it was Hurts and Russ, right? That's it.
This is skewed a little bit, obviously. But let's see here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of the last 9 Super Bowls, and again, I say it's skewed a little, and you're going to know why when I ask this question.
It's skewed because of Tom.
Yeah, but out of the last 9 Super Bowls, how many have had a game where the starting quarterback was not a first-round pick? One of the starting quarterbacks wasn't.
I mean, every one, I bet.
Except it was one. It was Rams-Bengals, had Stafford and Burrow.
Yeah.
But that was it.
But, again, Brady skews everything.
Brady skews a lot of that. But it does show, I mean, even without Brady, Jalen Hurts just won one, went back, won one. He was a second-round pick. He was considered probably roughly similar to what Jalen Milroe's considered right now. When he was coming out, that was the kind of prospect he was.
Yeah.
Last year, I mean, Brock Purdy was in the game. That was the last pick of the draft. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, Brady skews him. That Jimmy Garoppolo took him to a Super Bowl as a second-round pick, or was present for a Super Bowl as a second-round pick. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. Took him to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, we do have a history of it happening.
The Eagles got to where they were because of the number 2 overall pick. They had a great year. And, he played, 13 weeks or whatever that year Wentz did?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they were in a position to be in the playoffs because of.
But they were also ravaged by injuries at that point.
Yeah, they were.
But, I mean, even still, you look at Russell Wilson, won a Super Bowl, went back as a third-round pick. Like, I do think it's changing a little bit. I still think.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, you still had, of the 14 teams in the playoffs this year, only 2 were quarterbacked by a non-first rounder.
You're right. No, you're right. And if you go back
and a majority of those, like half of those were in the top 10.
And if you go back and look over history, a lot of it is still Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Eli Manning,
Ben.
Patrick Mahomes, Ben. Like, those are still first-round quarterbacks. And in a lot of instances, top 10 quarterbacks. But I do think it's not as... It used to be a slam dunk. Pardon the metaphor. Used to be a slam dunk that I think it was over the course of 40 years. There wasn't a single MVP in the NBA picked past the 15th pick in the draft. It was absurd. Like, every MVP was a lottery pick in the NBA. And so it's not quite to that level. It has shifted a little, but it's something where they're going to at least have to evaluate that position. I bet you they start looking at the future. You're probably right. Probably about 2-3 years from now, they're probably looking ahead and going, where's the replacement?
Give him a year to sit.
Even if they think he's good right then, just getting ahead of things and trying to stabilize.
Have to. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. It is time for Justin Tucker to lawyer up, man. It might be over for him. The Baltimore Banner broke this story. Remember, it got kind of buried because of Super Bowl week. But that was the original story, which had 7, which had a series of massage therapists accusing him of completely inappropriate behavior during massage therapy sessions. 2 reported massage parlors said they've banned him. Massage therapists said they walked out on him. Well, now 7 more have emerged. The total is now 16. The initial story had 6. Then it went to almost double figures, and now 7 more have brought it to 16. He denied them all. The 7 new accusers worked for businesses including the Spa at the Four Seasons in Baltimore, and the Baltimore Spa and Salon at the Ritz-Carlton, which has since closed and been replaced. He had a post on Twitter on January 30th. He flatly denied it. 2 spas, like I said, have banned him. The NFL is looking into it. And maybe he can, shortcut any investigation by just coming away and confidentiality agreements, reaching settlements. But when you have a number of 16, that's going to be a little bit tough to do. The Ravens, from a cap standpoint, are going to delay this for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I mean, this has got to explain why he just fell off a cliff this year.
You think so?
I think,
you think he knew about it?
I mean, I'm guessing the Baltimore Banner didn't just get this and turn it out in a day. Like, I'm guessing this has been an investigation that they've taken part in over the course of
and went to him.
A few months, and he probably got wind of...
Was he declining last year, too?
He wasn't at the top of his game, but I mean, we're talking about this year. He met his lowest career field goal percentage in his career was 82.5 in his 4th season. This year he was 73%. He was 10 percentage points off where he had been. He missed 10 kicks this year between extra points and field goals. And I mean, we're talking about stuff that he normally had just been money on. He was missing. And so, man, I don't know. I mean, he had never missed more than 2 kicks from the 40 to 49 range. He missed 3 this year, along with 2 extra points.
Yeah, he was automatic. He never had the, was he like the Brandon Aubrey leg? Like, he had a good leg.
He was
plus before.
Yeah, he had a booming leg. He was accurate. He was strong leg. I mean, he went 10 for 10 from 50 in 2016.
Oof.
Like, I mean, he was great, but this does feel very much like he must have known it was coming, and not no sympathy. It sounds like he's terrible, but it makes me wonder. All right, was that what that was? Because we saw how much it affected Deshaun Watson. Again,
it did.
It
still is
of his own doing. But we saw how much that then changed.
He's hated. I mean, Deshaun's hated by the teammates, and Tucker's going to be hated too. Like, and the Ravens they have put themselves in a spot where they have to act because Harbaugh said a couple of weeks ago that they had actually it was more than a couple weeks. They were talking about some incident that happened, and they played this audio clip. I saw it a couple weeks ago. It was from a couple years ago, where they said they have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to, for lack of a better term, crimes against women. And
took him a little while with Ray Rice, but yeah,
it did. Yeah, but that's why why they have that zero tolerance policy. Well, I mean, if you have a zero tolerance policy, like Justin Tucker can't be on your football team. Again, you've got to let the process plays out.
Mm-hmm. Legally. Yep.
Houston didn't go and cut Deshaun immediately. Nope. They put him on like a restricted list. They sat him for a year. But I thought they did the right thing. Like, let the process play out.
This is ESPN said it is now up to 16 therapists from 8 spas. So that's pretty.
It's not one place. It's not one person. I mean, you're talking about more than a dozen women.
Boy, thank God we've got guys here who represent the NFC North. And now that we talk about it, we got the Packers and Bears. That AFC North, something about them. Justin Tucker, Deshaun Watson, Ben Roethlisberger.
I mean, Cincinnati had their issues.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah. They're like, we're not looking so bad just pulling guns on people over here anymore, are we?
Yeah, right. So, I mean, look, you got a number that's approaching 20. This is so the league has no subpoena power here. The Ravens can cut them. There's cap ramifications. What do they do? Like, that's the next question that they're going to figure out is what do they wind up doing with Justin Tucker? Because you as of right now, the league, if they played a game tomorrow, would he suit up?
Yes, I think he would for now. Because I think the Ravens would say, well, we got to let it play out. It's not like
you don't think they would do and just put him on like a restricted list and say, you know what, we're just going to.
He's kicking. He's going to go out there. It's a play at a time every 15 minutes. Like to me, I think they could very easily just say, well, it's a single play.
Would the league let him? Because I don't know that.
Yeah,
I don't know that.
It's a good question. I don't know.
I don't know that Houston had any say in Deshaun. I think the league was like, no, just sit him down. You could pay him, right? You still pay him,
yeah.
Because that's at the end of the day, like you. I mean, if you were to just move on from it, if the league were to say cut him, I mean, you open up yourself for a lawsuit, which the league doesn't care about. I mean, they got sued by Kaepernick. They clearly blackballed him.
I wonder if the new CBA will start whenever they get to the next CBA negotiations. I wonder if there will be any sort of a fight for, look, we got to have basic rules in place about, these sort of things happening and being able to just void the contract. Because now we're stuck with a Deshaun Watson who's broken. And now, I mean, they traded for him when they knew all this was out there, but basically,
there's been new stuff since.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way. I wonder if the league would start, or if owners are going to start pushing for it. Hey, we got to have a way out of these deals, that aren't going to hurt the cap.
Yeah. Now, fortunately for the Ravens, Tucker's a kicker, like you said. It's not the same as a quarterback who's playing 60 plays a game. Nobody has to like the kicker. They don't care. Players got to like the quarterback, but you still can't have a kicker out there that's a predator.
Yeah.
If that's what I mean. Like you got let it play out, whatever, but. Put him on the restricted list. Don't let him see the light of day on a field until this thing is resolved. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Robert?
All right, so I got a couple different items here. First off, it was great going out to Hurtado Barbecue on Saturday for the launch of their new Dallas location. Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, they were out there recording a Love of the Star podcast. I showed up with Fire Wolchuk and Eric shirts.
Oh yeah.
I was just sporting it. They made me take it off. They made me take off the shirt I had with Zach wearing a clown nose. They're like, nope, we won't have that. They went full Nico Harrison. But other than that, it was great. Here's the thing. That may be the burger that I ate there that they've got on the menu called the Big Mike is probably the best burger I've ever eaten.
Wow, they got a burger named it a McCarthy?
You know it has to be good for me to ever praise something called the Big Mike. That should tell you. It is. I went up to Brandon Hurtado. I told him this is literally the best burger I've ever had. And DJ Pridemore was up there, our engineer, and DJ was said the same thing. He was like, this is the best I've ever had. Eric ordered it then and housed that thing. It's a double smash burger patty. He housed that thing in probably 90 seconds.
So is it just ground beef or what's in it?
No, it's brisket trimmings that he then grinds down and turns into a patty, and it's so good, dude.
So wait, it's ground beef and brisket trimmings or just brisket trimmings?
No, ground beef and brisket trimmings.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so good. But it was fantastic. The weekend started, I was at a racetrack on Friday in Allen, and as I was walking in, somebody went up and went, Bobby, Tolo, can I get a picture? And I was like, yeah. And so I went over there to get a picture.
What were you doing in Allen?
I was visiting Tolo Steve, my buddy. We went and had lunch. But I was over there, and he comes up to me and he said, I'd recognize that neck beard anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So I like that I'm being recognized for that.
Is that a compliment?
No.
Or did you take it as one?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I mean, look, everybody's got to have their draw, something that catches the attention. All right, so here's potentially the best or worst of the weekend that I want you to vote on, RJ. And you too, Peyton. I know what Peyton's already going to say. I need you to tell me if my wife is frugal and helping to protect our finances, or if she is desperately cheap. I decided to take the kids by half-price books on the way home. I brought a couple of the books in here we bought. I got the Bill James historical baseball abstract,
dude,
which is awesome.
This is amazing. Bobby got the Bill James Bible. This thing is, what was that? This is over 1,000 pages. Oh no, wow, dude, it's 723 pages. It's a
dense.
thick book. This is a thick book, but it's girthy.
Yeah,
but this is.
I'm just going to leave it in here as a reference, so it's going to stay in the studio. I've got the 1999 NFL record book. I bought this, the Dallas Cowboys Wives Cookbook and Family Photo Album. We had this in my house in the 90s, this exact book, and so I found it. Part of nostalgia, I bought it, but somebody brought up the point, if that was from 1996, that book, I need to make and eat every recipe from the book in order to break the curse. Like, that might be the key. But I think we're going to try some of these recipes here throughout the offseason. But here's the thing. Took the kids by half-price books on the way home. They love the store. As we're walking in, I notice Kristen isn't behind me. So I stop at the door. I'm like, where'd she go? So I stop. I wait. She finally catches up to me and the kids, and I ask her, what were you doing? And she informed me as I saw her folding pieces of paper. I was like, what the hell is that? She informed me she was grabbing coupons. How cheap is this woman that a half-off bookstore is not enough? She needs to also then throw a 10% off coupon on top of any purchase made in the half-price bookstore. Let these people eat. Let the
half-price
stock
books
boy stay open. You're taking your extra $2 from the 15 books for $20 that you buy. How many more savings do you need that you're going in there to use a coupon at half price books? So are you saying, is that frugal or is that just, come on, that's cheap. Just pay the extra $6.
No, I think that's
it's smart.
It's
I knew
smart
you guys
money
would love
management.
this. I knew you two would love this. At half price books, you're already saving,
Who cares?
Chop.
They're obviously first of all, how does this place make money? How many people were in there? I've
Probably
never
15.
I've never seen one.
It's a busy area. It's in a shop, and so it's.
I've never been in. Look, I haven't read a book in 25 years.
Dude, I think you'd like half price books. It's cool to just walk in. They got everything. They got old vinyls. They got DVDs. They've got all sorts of stuff in there. It's awesome.
I'm sure I would love it. But like, how do they make their money?
I don't know. I used to.
Like, obviously it's on resale, but like when somebody sold half price books, this Bill James Bible, and they sold it for $7.99 to you. How much did they buy this for? $1?
This was $3.
So they buy that for 50 cents?
No,
Are they not donated or something? Did they not just give them the
donated?
Maybe some get donated, but they will buy. You can go in there with a stack of books and sell them.
God, I wish I had any books.
Well, so here's the thing: you walk in there with an entire library, basically, and they're like, "We can give you $10." And that's the thing, is that the margins are so huge. They may have paid 20 cents for that book, potentially.
Yeah.
And so it's like anything's profit, basically, when it gets purchased.
Yeah, use your coupons, man. Is it coupon or coupon?
I say coupon.
Peyton?
I say coupon.
It doesn't look like Q. It's COUP. So I say coupon.
It's the English language,
Coupons.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Coupons.
So
I say coupons.
Yeah, that's what I say.
I
But
never think about it. But
either way, I just was like, come on, we can just buy it. She's like, no. She's like, they gave them to me at the store. She's like, they want us to use them. So use them. So I was like, okay, fine. So we used it. Ended up being $7 off because I spent nearly $70 at the store buying a bunch of different books and movies and stuff like that for the kids. I used to be able to take, if you would take brand new books there, like, I'll tell you this off the air. I used to be able to make a killing at half price books.
really?
And I'll tell you about it during the break. Chop, you wanna finish this up after that? You want us to go to Peyton and then you finish up, or do you want to go ahead and talk about your weekend?
I'll talk real quick about it. A lot of things happened. I watched my son play his first high school baseball game. Two of them, one on Friday, one on Saturday. Now, I missed his first game. We were in Super Bowl. We were in New Orleans for that, but I got to see him play. I had to go out to Aledo on Friday. He pitched on Friday. They won, and then he played. He caught on Saturday. I think they won. They didn't have the scoreboard up. They didn't have the scoreboard up. I'm pretty sure they did. In fact, I know they did. So that was good. It was awesome. Like I'm happy to see him play ball again. He hadn't had a game in several months, just because they didn't do fall ball.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do fall ball. So his high school does not do fall ball. They practice. They don't play any games. So it's different now that you get to the high school. It was awesome to see him play. Julian had a basketball game over the weekend, but of course it was also the funeral of Big Ralph.
Yes.
And my uncle came into town, so it's his brother-in-law. He was married to my dad's sister. She passed, so him and his new wife came down. He's like my favorite uncle. He's like my only uncle too, but he's also my favorite.
Was he the one that was at the very back that you hugged on the way out? Because I noticed every single person in your family stopped to hug him.
Yeah, that was him. That was him.
I was like, who is that? He looks like he's the Godfather here or something. That everybody's got to pay their respect.
He's going to be late to his own funeral, and he was late to this one. It's just the way it is. We left dinner on Saturday, and we were waiting for him to say goodbye, and he was inside just walking around. He was walking around the restaurant looking for the manager to say that the server was good.
Oh,
and
that's nice of him.
He does, but it took him forever. Like he never got out of there. But it was the funeral was. I thought it was really nice, and we'll play the speech or part of the speech tomorrow.
Yep.
But
we're gonna play the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing. Okay.
Because look, I'll be honest. Just as a little teaser preview, RJ did crush it. He won over the crowd. There was only one audible groan for the entire delivery of the speech. I think you know which one it was. It was your very closing line.
My closing line.
Your closing line got some
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. All right, all right, that's one. Otherwise, I thought there were some you'll hear me on the audio recording. I'm audibly chuckling at a couple of those.
Oh,
good. They made me laugh. Specifically you talking about getting spanked.
Did the audio pick up my curse word?
Oh my gosh, did you cuss?
Yeah.
Where?
When I started getting choked up a little bit.
Oh no, it did not pick up because you turned your head away from the mic.
Okay, because I said GD.
Oh my gosh.
At church. It was just a reaction.
Oh no.
It was just a reaction. I started to get choked. And I went on.
I'll be honest, I did not know how the lady golfers line was going to go over.
I didn't either. There's a lot of women there.
Exactly.
There's a lot of women in that thing.
But you know what? We will play one clip really quickly because I heard your sister spoke before you, and you had mentioned that your sister was.
So my younger sister didn't speak, and I was like, "Why didn't you want to speak?" And she goes, "I just didn't want to." I was like, "Oh, fair enough, good enough for me."
Your older sister is the one that you said was like threatening you not
super
to.
serious.
You better not turn this into a joke. You better not. She was intimidating you, and I was like, "Oh, that must be the sister." Because when I heard her delivering her part, which she gave a very nice, emotional, great tribute as well. Everybody who spoke, your sister, your mom, everybody was great. And I think anybody who didn't know your dad who showed up there got a real sense of who he was and got to know him. So I thought it was great. But your sister had kind of previewed your speech, and I was like, oh yeah, that was a threat there from Choppy's sister.
Of his 3 kids, his 2 oldest knew how to test the waters. Some of us knew when to stop, and some of us didn't. I'll let you figure that out, and he might be next.
Some of us knew when to stop. Some of us didn't. I'll let you figure that out. He might be next.
He might be next.
I was like, oh, that feels very threatening from your sister of like, bro, you better tone it back.
Yeah, it was, I was nervous as hell. When she was speaking, I was panicking.
You did find the black suit, though, it looked like.
I did, yeah.
Where was it?
Sarah found it.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't at the dry cleaners?
No. She found it. I had seen that one. I was like, oh, that's not the right suit. Turns out it was the right suit.
And you had the cowboy hat on?
Had the cowboy hat on, which I knew my dad would have hated.
Yes.
And that's kind of where
But it was a fantastic speech. I thought you did good.
Thank you.
And we'll play it tomorrow. But I thought your mom, your sister, I thought everybody did a great job of representing him. And dear God, when they played that slideshow and I saw young Ralph, you guys all look the same.
Oh, we do.
My
it's
gosh,
a strong gene.
He looks like Luca.
Yeah,
and you
gene.
look like Luca when you're a kid. It's impressive.
No DNA test needed.
No.
Peyton Russell, best and worst.
Guys, I achieved a milestone this weekend. I paid off the Camaro. The bank does not own anymore. I own it.
Great feeling.
Oh, man.
Don't lose that title, please. I lost mine. I had to get it in a copy.
I paid mine off, and then 2 months later, the car died.
Oh, no.
2 months after the last payment.
I mean, I'm hoping I can drive this thing into the ground. It got about 115,000 miles on it. I think I can get a few more years out of it. So, but yeah, just not having to spend $400 a month, $400 a month extra in my pocket is going to feel great over the years.
That's awesome.
It's the first car I'd ever bought from a dealership. First car I've had to pay off. So it's a good feeling.
Did you $400 a month you got it 5 years ago. Did you have to refinance at any point, or was that what you were paying the whole time?
I mean, it was technically $370 something. I just rounded to $400, but yeah, I bought it right before COVID, right before the car prices jumped. I got it, so I got a great deal on it. Because I have friends now who are paying like $700-800 a month. I'm like, there's no way I would be able to do that.
Yeah,
that's awful.
What we pay in car payments every month makes me sick.
Is yours paid off or just?
No, we pay, like I said, we paid off the first car and then it died like a month later. So then I bought a new car, and then our van, our Toyota Sienna that she drives the kids around, and that one died, and so we had to buy another car. And so I've bought those both in the last couple of years. Those are not anywhere close to paid off. The Explorer, goodness, you know what that car payment is every month?
You've told me.
$925.
Yeah, you've told me. That's crazy.
I need to get it refinanced.
You do.
Because the rate was high.
Yeah, the rate's super high. I mean, like Sarah's is paid off, but she's gonna need a new one here sooner or later. but hers has been paid up within the last year.
I remember being sick when I had to pay $370 a month for a
Oh,
car.
I know. I think my first car payment was like $185 a month.
Oh, gosh. So that was a good deal you got there, Peyton.
Yeah, that's a really good deal. Congratulations, Peyton Russell. Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Is our ticket giveaway in the 8 o'clock or the 9 o'clock hour? The 9 o'clock hour, right?
It's in the 9 o'clock hour, but it's for a mystery.
That's right.
It's for a mystery show that hasn't even been announced yet.
Right.
It will be announced by the time we're giving out
Yes,
tickets.
it will.
But
Okay. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ. Turns out North Carolina would have just given the Cowboys Bill Belichick, maybe without even asking for a buyout. We'll tell you how and why next on 105.3 The Fan.
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside Sean back tomorrow. It is President's Day. He is taking off. Did you know that Bill Clinton was the first president?
Yep, I did know it.
Be in office when the first official website was launched.
Yeah, I could see that. That makes
94.
sense. 94, yeah. Because I still remember, was it 95, 96 you used to see on the NFL crawl was when they used to put up the whole address. They'd be like, visit http://NFL.com.
www.
Yeah. And so they
you
would
could definitely age somebody based on how they give you a website. If they give you a website and they say www, 70 years old.
70 years old. Yeah, younger than that. I think there's still some who will say that. But I mean, yeah, most of us just shorten it, like DallasCowboys.com, 105.3thefan.com, stuff like that.
www.
Yeah.
www.
Like I said, back in the day, it used to be they'd give you HTTP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I still remember that Today Show or Good Morning America where they were talking about the email address. They said, what is this about sign? The A with the circle around it used to be about. What is this about sign for?
Yeah. By the way, our ticket giveaway for next hour has been announced officially. It is tickets to the Dierks Bentley Broken Branches Tour, which he just tweeted about 2 minutes ago. So
very nice.
That has been announced now, and that's what we're giving away tickets to in the 9 o'clock hour.
Very nice. All right, it is time to tap the cake.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Turns out the Dallas Cowboys could have just gotten Bill Belichick this offseason, even after he went to North Carolina, because the UNC president basically wanted nothing to do with him. Ooh. And he said the president, Peter Hans, sent a scathing memo to members of the school board of trustees, limiting their power after the hiring of Bill B. The board backed, Mac Brown before he was fired, and then circumvented Cunningham and Roberts in order to pursue and eventually hire Bill Belichick. And he is enacting new regulations which gives him and any future presidents final say over major athletic matters. I don't know whether or not he didn't want Bill at all or didn't want to spend the money on Bill, because Bill's making...
Bill is, we'll get into it here in a sec. We got the new list of the 10 highest paid coaches.
Is he in it?
He's one of the 10 highest paid coaches in college.
And I don't believe Mac Brown was.
No.
And, North Carolina is, they're a basketball school. Mm-hmm. They've got a mega basketball NIL.
I've got to look and see, where did they finish where are they at in the recruiting rankings? They're 32nd.
But they're doing really well in late transfer.
So, yeah, let me see how... So they are... Because they've done... Where were they at last year? 24. They were 32nd last year, too. So it looks like their actual ranking. Now, they were 58th in the transfer portal rankings last year. This year, they are 14th.
So I went and looked at the recruits for this coming year. Of the top... there's 3 or 4 top 100 players from North Carolina, and none of them are going to UNC. None of them are. They're going to Bama, they're going to Tennessee, Georgia, wherever. They're going to schools around there. They're just not going to Carolina. That's a problem. You've got to figure that out. But Bill didn't sign his deal right away.
No,
nobody does it. It's just the way it is in college athletics. You just don't sign your deal right away. And Bill did not. But the Cowboys, if they wanted to, I bet you the president would have been like, "Yeah, go ahead."
Yeah,
go ahead. Take him.
100%.
We don't want this.
Yeah,
because the UNC president sounds like a guy who just doesn't care about sports.
No, and obviously, if you can't be bothered to even interest yourself in Bill Belichick. Now, look, there's still a question of how good are they going to be, and if he's really built for this. And I still don't know. I anticipate, we've talked about it before, I anticipate it's going to go like Bill Walsh did at Stanford, where maybe it's okay in the beginning, but pretty quickly it's going to catch up to them. I think how they're just, I don't see how he's able to build a program there. What was it?
Tough.
Bruce Feldman told us, I think it was, or not Bruce Feldman, who was Stuart Mandel told us that unanimously everybody he talked to from the NFL thought Belichick was going to have success. Everybody he talked to at the college level thought he was going to fail.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's coaching. Coaching at the college level is only a fraction of the job. It's a fraction of the job. You've got to recruit.
His highest ranked recruit in the transfer portal was the 49th overall player, Thaddeus Dixon, a corner transfer from Washington.
Who probably, well, you know what? Who was at Washington last year? Bill's son.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about the head coach. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Steve
Bill's
Belichick.
son was the DC there.
Yep. You remember Bill was walking around in Washington gear for a couple months.
So, I mean, I could see why Thaddeus would make that change.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. You want to talk some CFP expansion here?
Let's expand this because this is going to happen. Please do not expand the NCAA tournament. But if you want to expand the college playoff, I mean, I have less of an issue with that.
Ross Dellinger, pretty good reporter.
Yeah, he is.
Over at Yahoo. He's writing, last spring during intense and at times heated negotiations over the future of the college football playoff, leaders of the Big Ten and SEC threatened to create their own postseason system if they were not granted a majority of CFP revenue and full authority over the playoff format. In the end, executives of the 10 FBS leagues and Notre Dame signed a memorandum of understanding, handing over control to college football's two richest conferences. Soon, they are expected to exercise that control. Within the SEC and Big Ten, momentum is building to further expand the playoff to 14 or even 16 teams, assign multiple automatic qualifiers per league, as many as 4 each for themselves, and finalize a scheduling arrangement together that may fetch millions in additional revenue from TV partners, sources told Yahoo Sports. Get over yourselves, SEC and Big Ten.
I mean, they run the show. They've got
the
so
SEC,
they're 32. Those are 32 teams, right?
They want 4 automatic bids for the SEC.
That makes
sense.
sense.
Come on, no, it doesn't.
That makes sense.
No, you want those automatic qualifiers because this is that whole just.
Are they okay? Are there what year would you not have 4 quality Big Ten or SEC teams that?
Then just let the rankings reflect that.
Well. Sure,
don't
that's
give
fine.
them an automatic qualifier.
That's fine, but
they're doing this because they want Bama. They were pissed. They were pissed about Bama. That's why they want their 4 automatic qualifiers.
They're doing this to ensure that the biggest eyeballed teams are in, which is Ohio State, it's Michigan, it's Bama.
Ohio State, Notre Dame just wasn't enough for them. They really got we really got cheated out of big fan bases with Ohio State versus Notre Dame.
But you want Ohio State and Michigan, you want Bama, you want Notre Dame, you want I don't know if I have no idea how big Georgia's fan base. I mean, Georgia's got a huge fan because it's the state is really, really big. But I mean, there's a handful. If you go look at the most watched teams this year, it's the usual suspects.
It's just
they were all in the playoff except Bama.
And I hate it. I hate being in the SEC as a Longhorns fan because the entitlement of that conference, the cult-like thinking of the SEC, and just to think like, we need 4 automatic bids. Now look, ultimately,
but it ensures that you're going to get either Bama or Texas in just about every year. And it ensures you're going to get either Ohio State or Michigan in just about every year. And that's good for the sport. The sport wants that.
Get them in when they deserve it then.
I agree when they deserve, but one of them is going to deserve it every year.
What did they get this year? They got Tennessee, 3. Georgia, Texas. They got 3 in.
And those are really...
Who was the 4th? Who was 4th just on the outside?
It was either Bama or Ole Miss.
It was Bama.
Yeah. But Georgia, Tennessee, Texas have really big followings. Yeah. Ohio State.
And they're good football teams.
Penn State, big following.
They're usually going to get in there. This is a safety valve for
absolutely.
Let's save a big fan base when their team isn't that good. That's what they want. And that's stupid.
I agree it is. You got to follow the money.
Look, I mean, if these schools signed over the power to the Big Ten and the SEC, I guess that's their own fault, and they have the power to do whatever they want, and that's fine. I just think for the health of the game, it's It's stupid. You don't need to have these automatic qualifiers to just make sure that you can shoehorn in a Alabama when they're not that good. This is they're pissed about SMU.
Yeah, they might be, and Indiana too.
Yeah,
and Boise.
It's just ridiculous. I don't think that. I mean, did you feel like? I understood we were always heading towards 14. I knew that.
We were heading towards 14. 16
didn't, but if they're pushing now for 16.
We don't need 16.
Because you know what? It's because Big Ten probably wants 4 qualifiers. Mm-hmm. SEC wants 4, so that's half of it. So they go, well.
And then that doesn't even account for the other 8, because you know you're going to get at least one more of each in.
Yeah, probably.
For the most part.
This is just, it's stupid.
Well, you know, the SEC may be known for football. It is a basketball conference. I'll tell you that right now. Did you see the release? So you know how they do the release of the college rankings in football? Mm-hmm. They do the same thing for college basketball. They do the top 16 seeds. 5 of the top 6 are SEC schools.
Damn.
Auburn is 1. They have such a stranglehold on number 1. It is. I have never seen a more clear-cut number 1 in probably since Kentucky with like Anthony Davis.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anybody in between there that's there may have been at other points one of these other years where somebody like North Carolina was, but I can't remember.
Bama 2, Duke 3, Florida 4, Tennessee 5, A&M 6. A&M hosts Tennessee this weekend. The winner has a chance at a 1 seed. The loser probably no longer has a chance at a 1 seed.
Yeah, and we got the Alabama Auburn game this past week.
Yeah, we did. That was a Auburn. Bruce Pearl had a great quote. He goes, "We played like the number 1 team. We prepared like the number 1 team. We act like the number 1 team in the nation." They did.
I'm a dumbass. If you want to talk about dominating number UConn last year, UConn was pretty great. They were a pretty clear cut number 1.
Were they the overall number 1 seed?
Yeah,
they were.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I'm trying to think. Houston is coming in at number 8. Texas Tech, baby, at number 13. Nobody wants to play them. Grant McCaslin's done a phenomenal job. He was with you, Peyton.
Call it, baby, UNT.
Yeah, he was at UNT, and then he goes over to Texas Tech. He's done a phenomenal job there.
That's just like Peyton too. He went to UNT and then he jumped over to Texas Tech.
Yeah. Oh. So, are you a Tech basketball fan?
No.
Until Mackenzie tells him to be.
That's right.
By the way, shout out to Will Chambers, who got belt to ass with the Texas Longhorns beating the Kentucky Wildcats over the weekend.
That is like the 5th time I've heard that phrase in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard it in about 20 years. No one said it in years. And that's like the 5th time in the last 2 weeks I've heard somebody say belt to ass.
Someone did it at the Eagles parade. There was someone up on the they drive around, and he was beating himself with a belt.
It's become isn't that how David Carradine died? So if you actually look at the way that's being used lately, it's just becoming like meme culture, basically, that phrase.
Okay.
So, but I'm bringing it back.
I get you.
It's my name.
I get you. And real quick, I want to, because this, I love college basketball. Last year, we had Robbie Avila at Indiana State. He was affectionately known as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yep.
This year, we've got Kyler Filwich at Wofford. Okay? This guy looks like Ethan Suplee from 2002.
Before he got yoked.
Before he got all yoked and everything. But you'll love this, Peyton. He's a granny-style free throw shooter.
Underhand.
He goes the underhand.
Oh, wow.
He goes the underhand free throw. What was that look for?
I'll tell you during the break.
Can you not say granny style anymore?
No. I don't want to spoil something. I'll need to say
okay. All right. Very nice. So that is a little bit of your college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the greatest starts to a sporting event ever happened over the weekend. How the NHL dunked on the NBA. Coming up next to The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by the College Baseball Showcase.
Globe Life Field is the home for college baseball, and you won't want to miss the Amegy Bank College Baseball Series presented by Kubota, February 28th through March 2nd, featuring Auburn, Baylor, Ohio State, and Oregon State. Visit globelifefield.com for tickets and more information.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-487-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here we go. Matchup is underway, and the gloves are off. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel. Hagel from Tampa Bay, Tkachuk from Florida.
Dude, that was insane over the weekend. What happened at the start of the Four Nations face-off with USA and Canada, and USA gets the 3-1 win as the 3 fights in 9 seconds, Bobby. That's what it was. The Tkachuk brothers both getting into it. Loved it. Loved it.
I liked the tweet over the weekend, and I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember what it was, but it was like NBA players
Yeah.
I don't really want to take these jump shots in this skills competition. NHL players, I will literally die for my country in this in this exhibition game.
Yeah, that's what it was. This was. Peyton, did you see this at all? Did you watch any of this?
I saw what was up on Twitter. I didn't watch the game, but I saw the fights. Yeah,
it was because this was going up against the dunk contest, and we were flipping back and forth between the two. The kids were like, they're not huge into hockey. Like if my kids were there, I'd have been like all in on the Four Nations. Outside of maybe watching a little bit of the 3-point, but this was so incredible. Just the atmosphere. There are a few things obviously World Cup soccer. I get totally into it. I love watching any kind of national sports where you have your Olympics. I love the Olympics. Olympic hockey doesn't really do it for me as much as say something like this might. I don't know why. I think it's because when the Winter Olympics roll around, I love all the other Winter Olympic sports that I don't get to see. That I don't really get into the hockey or the basketball when it comes to the Olympics.
We talked about this Friday a little bit. Did you see NFL Red Zone might be losing Scott Hansen, which you're not a Red Zone guy, but they might be losing Scott Hansen because he did so great with his Olympic Red Zone type of coverage where they did the Gold Zone of Scott Hansen, that he's a free agent now, and they're wanting him to do the same thing for the Winter Olympics coming up. So they're like, we'll pay you to do some football and do these Olympic presentations. So might be looking at a new Red Zone host because of that.
I mean, I guess Siciliano would just go back, right?
I mean, he's the Cleveland Browns play-by-play guy now.
Oh, yeah.
He just got that job at the beginning of last year.
What would you rather do? You rather play-by-play or the Red Zone?
I think he's a Browns guy. I think he's from
there, right?
Yeah, and so I think that's kind of like a dream job for him.
Okay,
so
I get it.
I mean, we talked to Mitch Holtis at Super Bowl. We know Brad Sham. You see all these guys. When you get those jobs and you nail it,
man.
Oh, that's a career. You can just make that your life because those jobs are you are the voice of that team. But it's tough to beat that.
See, the Titans guy left. He left the Titans and went to Tennessee.
He left the Titans and went to Tennessee like volunteers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Took that
the Titans are in Tennessee.
He has to do football and basketball.
Yeah.
That seems like a lot more work.
It does.
You're adding 30 games to your schedule.
The college game is more work than the pros. That's what they've been telling us.
It just is. But this sets up, though, because Team USA they're in. They're in the championship. They're in the title game. And it sets up an interesting little situation because that title game is going to be on Thursday in Boston. So the U.S. did this to Canada on Saturday night in Montreal. Right there.
Right in their face.
Right in their face. They booed the anthem. The Canadians booed the anthem. And then 9 seconds, 3 fights. Unbelievable theater.
Booed the anthem.
Booed the anthem.
Montreal Canadiens. I like the Montreal Kaepernicks.
Stop it. That's nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do. Why are you bringing that up? That's so long ago. But yeah. So we might see a rematch though. If Canada beats Finland in a game they play tonight. Or actually, it's today. It's at noon. If they win that game's going to be in Boston. They could get back into the final and get a rematch with Team USA. But man, Team USA they're so good. Team USA might start Otter, but they might start Otter today. They don't need to start the Winnipeg goalie, the Hellebuck. However, I can't pronounce it.
Sure,
yeah, but they've got tremendous goaltending on Team USA. I am so stoked for that game Thursday night if they get to play Canada again and just beat them again, baby.
So how do we get that kind of intensity for the NBA also?
I don't know, but look at this. This game, that Canada-US game, peaked at 5.2 million viewers on Saturday night.
Damn.
And it had average 4.4. That's a big number. And hockey numbers have been down.
Yeah, we just talked last week about how hockey numbers have been putting up in primetime games, putting up 400,000.
There was one that was 160,000.
Yeah,
terrible numbers. But this put up a ton of good numbers. So good for them on that one. And I don't know how we get the NBA to get back to that, but Draymond Green has a take on why he thinks the league isn't exciting as it used to be.
I think the physicality has been taken out of the game, and to me that's boring. The old style of refereeing will come back, where if you've earned stripes, you get a better whistle. That's just the way it used to go. And now it's not that way. And then you question why is the game boring? You know, Michael Jordan used to get calls, but not the rookie coming into the league. He didn't get no call. The rookie coming into the league got a call, or thought he was going to get a call. He turned to the referee and said, "You didn't call that." And he said, "Who are you? Why would I call that for you? What have you done?" So I think the human element has been taken out of it. I don't think that makes for a great product.
All right, so a little to unpack here. You know, first is physicality coming back will make the product less boring. Like, does anybody think the NFL is less boring? That's less physical. Like, I'm sure you have your fans that still want to see like the ridiculous, absurd hits, but like the league is more popular than ever, and it's less physical than ever.
This is a Caitlin Clark take. Caitlin Clark said this a month ago. She got asked about the NBA. Like, why do you think so many people are tuning out of the NBA? And her answer was she thought it was lack of physicality. I don't think it's lack of physicality. I think it's lack of... It's... He's talking about physicality because, in general, I think they think it's soft, which is hilarious coming from Draymond. Like, the Warriors were the Splash Brothers, like, transition 3 basketball team. But I think it's just more... People are tired of just not seeing clean basketball, ball movement, and like real classic, like well executed basketball. That's the issue. They just don't want to see the let's put up as many threes as we can because analytics, Joe Mazzulla looked it up and said this is the way you got to do it. So let's just toss up as many threes as we can. That's what people are tired of. And I don't think the fix they keep trying to come up with is like, well, what about a 4-point line? Like, I don't think 4 is going to make that better. People are still going to be shooting stuff up.
Yeah,
you're going to see more and more people putting them up. I don't know the fix. I know I'm somebody here. It's like a politician who goes, we got to do something, and then they don't have a solution for it. I don't have a solution, but I do kind of feel like something's got to be done. You got to do something.
Well, he also said the older guys should get more whistles.
Like, yeah, I don't like that.
That to me is like that's anti-progress.
No, to basically be like, oh, what we need more of is. You get a benefit of the doubt if you're LeBron.
Yeah, that's very Michael Lombardi.
Which I can see Draymond Green struggling to hang around the NBA. Like, I mean, older guy, he's going to want more of those calls.
Right. Do you think Draymond would have been saying that 10 years ago when he was a rookie?
Probably not. No, especially when he would be getting whistled for the fouls on those guys.
Right. So, like, I mean, literally every fan complains that LeBron and Mahomes get all the calls.
469 LOL, lack of physicality from the player who punched a teammate in the face.
Yeah, right. No kidding.
Did you see the Cade Cunningham solution to some of those fouls?
Let's play that here, Peyton, on the new rule he would like implemented.
Cut is that?
5.
Sorry.
Literally says it in the cut.
If you challenge a call, the ref that made the call can't be there to review it.
If you challenge the call, the ref that made the call can't be there to review it.
Yeah, and that was his simple answer to it.
I like it.
Quick answer, but it makes sense. Like if you're talking about and look,
so that would leave the other guys to show up that they'll never go by that.
Probably, but I mean, it would at least if you're removing him from the situation, it's conflict of interest.
Yeah,
and so I like at least the thought process. Cade Cunningham, Arlington guy from DFW,
Oak State.
Yep, absolutely. But he is. I think he's right, but here's the bigger thing that came from that. When he gave that answer, that went viral. There were a lot of people who were like, this makes sense. Why don't you do this? But it brought more of a sense of the NBA needs to do what everybody else has been doing, which it's a replay official. It's a third party. It's outside of the arena or it's somebody up top. It's not it shouldn't be any of the officials on the court reviewing it. It should be a replay official.
I agree. There's a conflict of interest that you don't want to have in there.
Yeah,
very true.
By the way, Cade Cunningham also had another great line here while he was out there at All-Star Week. Again, guy from DFW. He was asked about his dream opponent in a game of horse, and he gave a fantastic answer.
I'd say Dirk.
And what are you going to hit him with? Guarantee him a letter.
To guarantee him a letter.
That Cade's got in the bed. Probably not Dirk.
I got to try to, can we dunk in horse?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably try to hit the trick or something. I don't know if he got a trick.
Doesn't have too many dunks.
Yeah, that's probably the only way I'll get him a letter.
That's good.
That's good.
So he obviously grown up around DFW. Dirk would have been the idol as the
100%.
guy who. Now I think in high school he ended up going to Florida, like midway through his high school career. But a guy who saw Dirk in his prime out here, and I love it though. That would be his dream opponent. The way he's guaranteeing the letters, like, can we dunk? I'll just dunk. Dirk don't have hops.
Dirk doesn't, especially not now.
But man, it's for those of you that are younger and didn't see Dirk first couple years he was playing. Go look up highlights of Dirk from like 2000, 2001, and watch that dude run the court as a 7-footer and dunk the ball and cross over. You remember the way he used to move when he first got in? He was so fluid.
Yeah,
and
was.
He was not a guy that was just a post-op or kind of lumbering. He was quick.
It's like towards the end of his career, like not even towards the end, but like after about 6 years in, he had one dunk. It was the running two-handed dunk. That's it.
Yeah. But it was always good.
It was the dunk that he had, the and one
and he does
in San Antonio.
He would always do the point.
Yeah.
Which that he didn't even finish. It was the dunk he did, though, like on the baseline against the Heat in the finals in 2011, where he came to the side and two-handed dunked it. But, yeah, that was the way to get it. But back in the day, he used to frequently dunk, like the first couple years he was here, because he was a tremendous athlete. Then he just kind of changed up his style, got a little bigger.
Happy President's Day to one and all. I didn't do a trivia. I didn't do a fun fact here in this one. There are 7 presidents.
7
have been left-handed. James Garfield was the first.
Dude, and it's a lot of them recently.
Yeah.
It's like
President Obama was lefty.
It's like 6 out of the last 8. Which is a ridiculous ratio given.
No way,
dude. It's I saw this on a unexplained facts video the other day. Maybe it's not 6 out of 8, but it's like 6 out of 10. But it's a lot of like it's it's way more common for a president to be left-handed than just a normal person. Yeah.
Okay, so Garfield, yes. Truman, by the way, Truman will be in the next one. Gerald Ford, Reagan, Old Man Bush.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Clinton and President Obama.
We need to. I'm just gonna send that
next.
I'm gonna send that to Masterpiece of the Week, even though this isn't KNC Masterpiece. That's just got to be a special contribution. Coming up next to Below the Belt, we just talked about conflicts of interest. Let's talk about Tom Brady's most recent conflict of interest. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Tom Brady can't keep getting away with this. Boy, the list of conflicts of interest with this guy just keep building over and over and over again. Okay, so we're going to talk about the latest controversy surrounding the AP awards with the NFL, and specifically why Tom Brady could potentially, if he wanted to, influence things financially for the Raiders in a very helpful way just with a vote for the AP awards. There's a lot of surprise right now. Recently, the AP released everybody's ballot for the first time, which they said they reserved the right to do, but it surprised many of the voters. The voters didn't know that their whole ballots would be released. Again, I think if you voted for it, you should stand by it, but they were still caught off guard, surprised that, oh, okay, I guess this is disclosed and showed up there. There was already a controversy over why did Lamar Jackson get first-team quarterback, but Josh Allen got MVP. People were already looking at that kind of odd. So Tom Pelissero got a little worked up as well when some of these AP controversies came out. And he said, if you're wondering why the AP gives votes to people paid by sports books people from debate shows, people who own parts of NFL teams, people you've never even heard of, but nobody from NFL Network. Yeah, me too. As to Brady having a vote, this is what Mike Florio writes, because Florio does have a vote. He says, Tom Pelissero of NFL Media has a point. As to whether there are voters who probably don't follow the NFL closely enough to have one, he also has a point. We asked both the league and the AP for comment on Pelissero's wrong side of the bed post, especially since it fires a not so subtle shot at Raiders minority owner / majority voice Tom Brady, whom the AP allowed to vote this year. And they said it is their long-standing policy that we do not include voters from AP or NFL media to maintain separation between the voting process and the two awarding organizations. So they're like, you guys are handing out the awards. We're handing out. We can't have people from our group submit it. So if you write for the AP, you don't vote. If you are with NFL media, you don't get a vote. But there are plenty of people on here who...
NFL media is just NFL Network.
Yeah, NFL, not like...
So media, ESPN doesn't matter.
Yeah, not media covering the NFL, just NFL media like the group. So that's what it is. But it does open up an interesting question about Tom Brady getting a vote. Tom Brady votes on all these awards. And right now, the Las Vegas Raiders are not a very good football team. But this is another conflict of interest that shows up where it's like, if you've got a player, think of how many escalators exist for if you win this award, you get a contract incentive. Right. Or if you're just going to the table and you're going to negotiate against somebody who won an award. Like, do I want to negotiate against the guy who won the NFL MVP, or do I want to negotiate against the guy who finished second in the MVP voting?
Right.
Well, if you've got a quarterback like that, who's to say Tom Brady doesn't go, you know what, let's leave my guy off the ballot completely. Let's not. That'll hopefully skew things. If this is a close race, maybe that skews things a little bit, and he doesn't win MVP, and then I'm not, we're not sitting in there in a negotiation. We save ourselves a few $1 million. This seems like a massive conflict of interest to me.
Of course it is, but the NFL doesn't care. They don't care. They made their bed with Tom. Like they want to be in the Tom Brady broadcast business, and they want to be in the Tom Brady ownership business.
Well, and to be fair, this is an AP rule.
Yeah, but the AP doesn't care.
Right. I mean, I would think they would, if they're talking about wanting to remain above board and we have a policy that NFL media and AP can't vote on it, I would think they would reflect a similar policy there. I would think, but maybe not. All right, so let's go.
That's why they're not allowed on the plane.
Exactly. Let's go through some of these. Let's go through some of these ballots, because now that they're out, I'm interested in.
By the way, how do we get a vote? I want to vote on like the amount of people who have a Heisman vote who don't pay attention to college football at all astonishes me.
Oh, we know a lot of the people on here who have votes.
The amount of people that have an AP top 25 vote who don't pay attention to college basketball astounds me. Hello.
I'm a little surprised at some of the. I'm stunned. Sam Monson has a vote.
PFF?
Old. He's not even with PFF anymore.
Is that Moo? That's not Moo, is it?
No. Sam Monson is. He and Palazzo would do the. They were the main
Enrico?
podcasters. No. He was they had the really tall guy and then the shorter bald guy always walking around with PFF at the Super Bowl. You know who I'm talking about? He's the shorter bald guy. And he's kind of an arrogant ass.
That kind of guy.
I mean, because I know arrogant asses because I am one. All right, but when you look at this list of voters who are on here, here are some of the AP voters who voted on NFL MVP. You tell me if you have a problem with this person being a voter or not. Rich Gannon.
No. Look, I mean, now Rich does. He calls games, right?
Yeah.
So he's on like the fourth team or whatever.
So is he too narrow though to potentially keep up with everything else that's going on?
I think it's because he gets to. No, I think it's okay.
Chris Sims, because Chris Sims and Florio both have votes. I don't necessarily have a problem with one, but I wonder should they both be represented?
Yeah, you don't need both, I don't think. But yeah, I don't have a problem with Chris.
Laura Oakman. Sideline reporter who does consulting for a number of coaches in the NFL. Like,
if she's
voting on Coach of the Year, is she going to vote?
She should not vote on Coach of the Year. If she wants to vote on MVP, comeback player of the year, whatever, I don't have a problem with
that. Let's see here. Who are some of the other ones on here? Mike Tirico is a voter.
No issue.
I don't have an issue with that either. Kay Adams. I have a little bit of an issue with Kay Adams having a vote because she basically she's hosting like a daytime NFL talk show. She's interviewing, like we were out there at Super Bowl. She's interviewing like comedians and stuff like that. Like, I don't know that I think of her as like true like NFL media covering the sport.
Even
if she's got the knowledge or anything else, I don't think of her as media.
I don't have an issue with
covering it.
I don't have an issue with it.
Tom Brady.
I have an issue. He should if he is, because you brought the point, and Pellicer I'm sure brought it up. You stole it, but whatever. If he is impacting someone's salary potentially, I have a big problem with that.
Dan Orlovsky.
No issue.
Emmanuel Acho.
I don't have an issue.
I just think of his personality and I go, you're such an S-stir.
Like he's a troll?
Yeah,
he's
like
trolling?
that I don't know that I want him having a vote. All right, if you're interested, here was the MVP ballot of Tom Brady. Number 5, Joe Burrow.
That's too low.
But this is fascinating. Number 4, Jamar Chase. So his receiver was ranked higher on his MVP ballot than the quarterback was. Saquon Barkley got voted 3rd, Josh Allen 2nd, and he voted for Lamar Jackson as the MVP.
Okay. Look, it's a fair ballot.
Teddy Bruschi had the exact same ballot as Tom Brady, other than number 5 was not Burrow. He had Mahomes.
Bruschi has a vote, too.
Yes, Teddy Bruschi's on here. Some of the weird names that maybe popped up on this, or not weird if you consider, hey, they played really well. Mina Kimes had Jaden Daniels 5th on her list, as well as Dan Orlovsky. They both did. Sam Darnold showed up on John McMullen and Sam Monson's lists. They both voted for them, as well as Ben Volen from Boston. He was on there. Jared Goff popped up on a lot of these lists. This one is going to drive you nuts, and I don't even know who this is. Nora Princiati, her 4th ranked, or his, I don't know. Nora sounds like a girl.
Nora, I think, is generally
I would assume. You never know. Justin Herbert was 4th on that ballot.
Does it say where she's from?
Is
she like a
let's take
Chargers
a look.
media?
Let's take a look at that. Nora is with The Ringer, where she covers culture, everything from culture, Taylor Swift, to the National Football League. No, she's from Boston.
Okay.
So she voted there for that. But either way, this whole thing sets up, like, I'm be curious. I'm trying to think if there was anything the Raiders were involved in that could have been a Rookie of the Year vote, or one of those that Brady voting for it could have been a conflict of interest. There was Defensive Player of the Year, but Max Crosby wasn't healthy for a lot of the year. But it's stunning to look at some of these names that show up on these lists and who they voted for. Tom Brady's Defensive Player of the Year vote. Do you know who he voted for?
Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
Max Crosby.
Trey Hendrickson.
Boy, he was all over Cincy.
Trey Hendrickson was his number 1 player. Patrick Surtain was 2. Kirby Joseph, friend of the station, friend of the nosebleed seats, was 3rd. Myles Garrett, and then Daniil Hunter.
Man, Tom took this seriously. Those are solid. Outside of maybe Trey, like, those are solid.
Yeah, I don't have as much of a problem with it. You might have a problem with this. This was his Offensive Player of the Year ballot. Saquon Barkley, Jamar Chase, Derrick Henry. Okay, no problems there. Joe Thuney, the offensive lineman, is on here.
Wow.
And number 5 was another offensive lineman, Penei Sewell.
I mean, when you're putting O-line in offensive player, you're putting work in.
Now
I don't have a problem with this ballot at all.
Here's where I have a problem with his ballot, and this is starting to become a theme, and something that's a little bit disconcerting to me, or makes me wonder. His Offensive Player of the Year ballot there, Saquon Barkley, Chase, Henry, Thuney, Sewell. It's a pretty unique ballot, right? 2 offensive linemen. It is the exact same ballot as Teddy Bruschi.
You think they collabed?
I don't know. Bruschi and Brady's ballots look strikingly similar.
Across the board?
Yeah, on all the votes. There was like maybe a guy or two that swapped out. Defensive Player of the Year had a little bit of a variance to it. But, I mean, they both voted Trey Hendrickson 1, and they both voted Patrick Surtain 2.
Interesting.
But then they split from there but I mean, they end up with pretty much the same guys on their list all over the place. So to me, it looks a little bit suspect, a little bit questionable. Like maybe that's the bigger issue than just the issue there. Real quick before we wrap up, Aaron Rodgers, you think he looked pretty desperate and sad this weekend?
It appears so. Reports say that he was like really kind of pushing the Jets to keep him. Now this is contrary to the reports from a week ago that was like they were both kind of like, we're good to go. If we'll join forces again. It's got to be right. But now the report says that he is down and out. He's down on his luck right now, and he really is kind of sad that he didn't get asked back to the Jets, and they kind of were like, yeah, we done with you.
Yeah.
And now it's like, what do? Like, you're going to end your career in a whimper like that?
Which is stunning to me because it sounded like there was so much just disapproval from Woody Johnson, Brick Johnson for that matter. But just in general, there was they felt like they were pretty tired of Aaron Rodgers throughout the year. So, I mean, I guess what we saw in Hard Knocks and what we saw in the Aaron Rodgers documentary and other things like that, he really loved being with the Jets, I guess, which is stunning to me.
That's stunning.
Why would you be...
I don't even think Woody Johnson likes being with the Jets. Aaron Glenn's probably already regretting this.
By the way, somebody did point out on the fan text that Tom Brady did have a player that was up for an award. It was Brock Bowers.
Rookie of the year.
He did not vote for Brock Bowers, number one. He voted for Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
And then he had
that one.
Brock Bowers ahead of Bo Nix. So his ballot was Jaden Daniels, Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, Malik Neighbors, Bucky Irving.
I think that's a fair ballot.
Teddy Bruschi's ballot was Jaden Daniels, Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, Malik Neighbors, Bucky Irving.
Oh, God.
I got a conspiracy here. I'm going to dig in on this. I'm going to be watching this every year now to see if Bruschi and Brady... Because if Brady's just focusing on one game or different, maybe he's asking Bruschi, like, hey, who you voting for?
Wow.
Maybe they're getting some collab there.
Wow.
You think about
Okay.
that?
Below the belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Your President's Day fun fact for the segment.
Ooh.
The S in Harry S. Truman doesn't stand for anything.
No, it's S.
It's S.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I like it.
All right. Very nice. Let's play a little game. We got a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. And how young is Peyton Russell? Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you over to...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour here. Sean and RJ 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, but he is in another studio because Peyton Russell, is in here. We got Aiden alongside, and it is President's Day. Happy President's Day. Sean's back tomorrow. Of course, President's Day. Fun fact, President Obama, did you know, does not like ice cream despite working at a Baskin-Robbins as a kid.
Well,
made him hate ice cream.
I had no idea.
Look at that. Maybe he's lactose intolerant. I have no idea. But we're going to play a little game for you today because Sean is out, and we're like to have fun when Sean's out. Because he would never play this game, I don't think.
No, he would. He actually complained to me about it last time. That's why it's been in my show prep at the very top for like 2 weeks, is because Sean was like, why don't you guys ever play that when I'm there? And I was like, we can play whenever. I'll put it in the prep email. And so I put it in there, but he's never gone to it. So I was like, all right, well, I've had it ready.
I just assumed he didn't want to play it, but no. Okay, it's great. I would love for him. He'd be great at this.
Yeah, he's such a pop culture savant. Like, he's going to know all of these things.
All right, so let's do it. How young is Peyton Russell? Bobby, explain the game.
That is right, Chop. It is time for How Young is Peyton Russell, and the object of the game is simple. We try to figure out if Peyton Russell actually knows significant cultural figures from the 80s, 90s, 70s, all over the place. Peyton will get 6 names that he has to identify. He will pick a decade. RJ, you will then pick a category, and then Peyton will select a subcategory. For every right answer, I'll give Peyton $20 in a month when he reminds me on the air that I haven't paid him yet. So he can make as much as $120.
You sound so different on that mic.
I know, it's a different mic. It's completely different. It's an Electro Voice RE20.
Wow. Wow. What a nerd.
Yeah, I know. Or he can make as little as 0. And in fact, at the end, we might have a chance for him to double his money or lose everything. We'll just have to see. Peyton Russell, are you ready?
No, I'm never ready, but you know what? Let's get to it.
You'll do great. Just don't cheat and don't look at any of the answers on the fan text or anything else. All right.
By the way, Dirk's Bentley ticket giveaway coming up here.
Indeed. All right. Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go 80s.
80s. All right. Chop, you want to go sports, society. Or society? I knew it. All right, Peyton. Crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous. Okay. Peyton Russell. Who is Tom Clancy?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's his last name?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Clancy.
We're running out of time here.
Artist. I'm going to go music.
I mean, not terribly.
No. Chop, who's Tom Clancy?
He had about 84 of his books became movies in the 80s and 90s. Wasn't he Hunt for Red October?
Yeah. Big time author. Writes a lot of books. You don't read.
Maybe he's at Half Price Books?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably lots of them. All right, Peyton, you are 0 for 1. You can still win up to $100. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go 90s.
90s. Okay, Chop, should I even ask? Do you want to go sports, society, or entertainment? Okay, society. That's what that. All right, Peyton, 90s society. Do you want crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Let's go politics.
Politics. Peyton Russell. Who is Bob Dole?
Oh, jeez. Okay, he was in. Was he Secretary of State?
I don't know if he ever was that title.
No.
I'll tell you what he was. No. Oh, Bob Dole's a doer, not a talker.
Well, he was that. Why are we not talking about Bob Dole today, Chop? Why shouldn't I be mentioning him?
Today is President's Day.
He was never president.
No, he was the nominee for president, and he always carried a pen. He shook hands with his left hand. His right hand was damaged in a war, so he carried a pen between his hand. I guess that's how his hand was. Yeah, he was a doer, not a talker, though. He lost to Bill Clinton, 96.
Yes, he did. That was a Ross Perot assist there, too.
Yeah.
All right, Peyton, you are doing awful at this so far. Let's see if you can salvage yourself. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go. We haven't done 70s. Let's do 70s.
All right, Chop.
Sports.
Nice.
Give him a hat tip here.
There we go.
70s sports.
Peyton, MLB, NFL, or NBA?
Let's go.
And real quick, the reason what I couldn't say earlier during the Granny Shop, but somebody was complaining on the fan text about it, I swapped the name out. I was going to say Rick Barry in that segment, and Rick Barry was going to be the NBA name here.
There you go.
Go ahead, Peyton.
Let's go NBA.
NBA. Okay. Peyton Russell.
Oh, it's 70s NBA. That's a bold adventure.
Who is Daryl Dawkins?
Daryl Dawkins. Not a former Maverick.
Nope.
They weren't around.
I'm going to go. He was on the Lakers, wasn't he?
He was on a team that ended in ERS.
Who was he, Chop?
Chocolate Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder, Philadelphia 76ers, one of the greatest dunkers of all time.
If there's a video out there of somebody breaking a backboard, he probably did it.
Okay. I know Shaq did it.
Shaq did it. Yeah, this was before they had breakaway rims.
Yeah, yeah. They actually had to change the way the hoops were made because Daryl Dawkins broke so many of them.
0 for 3.
All right, 0 for 3. You're pretty awful. But let's see if you can rally here. You still got a chance to win $60. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go back to. I was feeling good in the 80s. Let's go 80s.
All right.
Okay. Sports, society, or entertainment, Chop?
Let's do society from Peyton.
Chop's favorite thing is just doing the society ones and hearing Peyton doesn't know who significant figures are. All right. So we've already done miscellaneous. So do you want crime or politics, Peyton?
Let's do crime.
Crime. Peyton Russell. Who is John Hinckley Jr.?
John Hinckley Jr. Well,
Hinckley. You already don't know him, but
his dad is John Sr. Did I pick crime? Was this one crime? What murder was he involved with?
It wasn't a murder.
It wasn't a murder.
Kidnapping, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No.
Kind of.
All right. I'll give up on this.
Actually, you know what? Okay, so you're done? You giving up?
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I do believe he attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan.
He did, yeah. Now, he was actually prosecuted for murder years later because of Brady, the injury that Brady got.
Oh, yeah.
He died from complications that 20 years later or something. And so because of that, he was actually charged with murder years down the road. It was actually insane.
Presidential fun fact is that Reagan said, "I forgot to duck," when asked about the assassination.
You know what's another presidential fun fact? Ronald Reagan was known to carry a chocolate cake on Air Force One. And it was just because when he would go meet world leaders, if somebody went, "Oh, by the way, it's so-and-so's birthday today," then he would go, "Yeah, I know. I brought you a cake." And
that's unbelievable.
That's a heady play right there.
That might be a life hack.
That is a life hack. You've got to
drive around with cake.
I mean, if you're wealthy enough.
Yeah, you got to have is it Marie Callender or whoever?
Yeah, I mean, aren't those like frozen dinners or something?
You got to have a Sarah Lee. You got to have a Sarah Lee around somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've got a Sarah. Right there. All right, two more left, Peyton.
She has funeral flowers.
Two more left, Peyton. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go back to 90s.
Okay, 90s. Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
I don't know. You pick. What do you think?
No, come on. You're supposed to pick. Sports, society, or entertainment?
Let's go entertainment.
Okay, entertainment. Peyton, music, movies, or TV?
TV.
TV. This is the one Chop thought you might be able to get. Peyton Russell. Who is Melissa Joan Hart?
Well, she's got 3 names, so I don't like it already. Melissa Joan. She was okay.
I don't know who this is.
She was an actress in what TV show? Full House. Dang it.
No. Chop, what was she in?
Oh man.
Do you know what she was in, Chop? I mean, you know her.
Was it the witch?
Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
The Teenage Witch.
She was also in Clarissa Explains It All.
No one watched that show.
I mean, a lot of people watch the show. A lot of people.
Gotta get one.
I mean, literally, the fan text or the YouTube, literally, Solo Johnson and the dude both just said Sabrina as soon as I asked the question.
Yeah, how old are they?
So there you go. I don't know, guys. Let us know how old you are there. All right, 70s, 80s, or 90s.
Let's go back to 70s.
70s, sports, society, or entertainment, Chop?
Let's give them sports. We're going to try to get it here.
All right, we've already done NBA, MLB, or NFL?
Let's go MLB. Come on.
MLB. Right. Okay, Peyton Russell. Who is Sparky Anderson?
If you don't get this.
Come on. No, I've heard dang it. He was a manager, wasn't he? Manager for
I'm giving it to him.
It to you.
I'm giving it to him. He was a manager.
Huh?
Was it Reds?
Yes!
Okay,
yes!
I got one! Oh my God! Let's go!
Yeah, he got one, baby!
Look at that.
Wow, that's a walk-off.
Hell yeah!
That is very impressive.
Oh,
okay,
my
so
goodness.
you've won your $20. Okay, so that's very good, Peyton. I'm going to give you a chance to double it, okay? But you're going to have to trust Choppy. You can either pick to trust Choppy. In fact, we'll go this. You can trust Choppy for a chance to double your money. up to $40, or lose everything on a random name that I'm just going to throw out to him, or we can give you one more of the names off of this list and you can answer it yourself. Which would you prefer?
But it's still double or nothing, right? It's still...
yeah, it's still double or nothing.
Okay. You know what? Look, Chop failed me last time, but no way he loses 2 straight.
Oh, man.
No way he loses 2 in a row. I'm a gambling man. I've done it every time I've won.
Yes, you are.
RJ, let's go. Let's double.
All right, I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to turn my headphones up so I can hear clearly.
Oh, I think Peyton made the right decision.
Really?
I think you're going to get this one, and you're going to understand why here in just a second. So I'm going to give you a name from the 1960s, Chop.
60.
Okay. RJ Choppy. Who is John Connolly?
I have no idea. I don't think I know.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
John Connolly. He was in Bob Dylan's band.
There's no way you don't know this, Chop.
John Connolly.
Oh my God!
Give me. Hang on. You're supposed to give categories here.
No, not for the last question. Oh.
I think it's like 50s, isn't it? 60s.
John Connolly was the governor of Texas, and he was in the front seat when Kennedy got shot.
He was in the front seat.
Oh no!
I didn't know his first name was John. It was Governor. I thought his first name was Governor.
Oh no!
Governor Connolly.
A Kennedy name? You missed.
I kept thinking Governor Connolly is all I knew.
Michael Lombardi's about to fly in from North Carolina.
He doesn't know his first name either because it's Governor. His first name is Governor.
Oh my gosh, that was.
I think RJ should pay me $20 for that.
Honestly,
I don't even know what.
Peyton Russell. Wow.
It's Governor.
Peyton leaves here with 0 to. This is the 2 times in a row you've gambled.
I know, no more.
The amount of people.
Right, here was the name.
The amount of people on the Fed Texas is a country music singer.
Here's the name. No, that's Earl Thomas Conley. Here's the name that I was going to throw out to you, Peyton. Let's see if you would have known it. Who's Aaron Seeley?
Oh,
no idea.
Oh my gosh! Rangers All-Star pitcher, pitched for the Red Sox, the Mariners. Well, okay, Peyton, get in here. You've disgraced yourself. Come back in.
What decade?
90s, late 90s.
Really?
Yeah. So
he was on those.
He was on those playoff teams.
Yeah.
Him and Rick Helling at the top of the rotation.
Roger Pavlik.
But then again, he didn't know who Johnny Oates was. So, all right, Peyton, get your ass back in here.
I'm very disappointed in myself. I'm sorry, Peyton. I'm going to give you $20. Here, I'm going to give you the $20 back.
Look at that.
I'm very disappointed in myself.
Is this payola?
This is not payola.
No, take the money, Peyton. He did screw you. Take the money. I did screw you
because I know Governor Connolly. All right, I know him as governor.
Look at that. $20.
I respect the office, and I don't call him by his first name.
Oh, so I'm disrespectful.
Just like I don't call coaches by their first name. I'll call Mike McCarthy. Mike called Coach.
Ah, that's true.
Coach McCarthy.
So I'm disrespectful. So I return this. I got you. That makes sense.
Disrespectful.
All right, I'm going to come back in there now.
I'm very sorry, Peyton. I screwed that one up. Should have known it. I do know it. I feel very, very bad. I am an idiot. So, apologies. We got a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway coming up here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. Sean is out. He is back tomorrow, taking the President's Day off. More reaction that we had over the weekend at NBA All-Star Weekend to the Luca trade. We already heard from Adam Silver. We saw other NBA players. Wemby will react to it. Kyrie having a very strange interaction with a reporter at the NBA All-Star Weekend. So we'll get into all that coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nothing maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. You know, we are your home for Texas Rangers baseball.
We are.
You hear your games right here on 105 to The Fan. They've got a spring training opener coming up Friday afternoon. Very excited about that. This is we just had our last Sunday without Major League Baseball until November.
Would this be the driest week in sports right now?
Let's see. Well, no.
Because you got the All-Star Game layover.
Right, so you have a couple days with the NBA off, but the Four Nations, you got tonight and then you got Thursday, and the U.S. is playing both nights.
That's that ranch in Texas, right? That's very famous?
The 4 Sixes is what you're thinking of. That was in Yellowstone.
Yes, they had that they had a 4 Sixes ranch sign up at Hurtado this weekend.
Oh, really?
We went to the grand opening.
Oh,
there.
very cool.
Yeah, I mean that's a real ranch. So.
Yeah, it was up by Amarillo or something.
Something like that.
But you got a big game tonight. You know, that's actually not a big game. Big game for Canada at noon, and Canada Finland. But the U.S. plays that. The U.S. doesn't matter. They're already in. Thursday is the championship game. So yeah, between now and then, yeah, pretty dry.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough. And this is actually we've got some audio to go through here. It's my contention, Shop, that NBA All-Star Weekend audio has replaced Super Bowl as like the most reliable league-wide entertaining audio you can get.
Media Day of the Super Bowl,
it's just become
it stinks.
It's
now.
become like the same.
It's bits.
Yeah, it's
just
bits, and they're not even great bits. Like I'm not talking about Radio Row. I'm literally just talking about the interaction with players. NBA All-Star Weekend still gets you a ton of either funny bit audio or gets you it's a good chance to get everybody together and hit like superstars with some really direct questions. And I feel like NBA players are probably the most open out of all the athletes, where they're willing to just talk about whatever because they are the power in the league. So they don't generally have to answer anything. Let's run through some of this audio really quickly. We're going to get some Luca reaction. Before we get some Luca reaction, I just thought this was funny. This was a clip that went viral over the weekend. So NBA All-Star Weekend, it's not just, old guard media. There's also websites, some bloggers, some podcasters. Different people get credentialed for that. They let in somebody who clearly was not with a media organization to ask questions to Kyrie Irving. This was just, I think, somebody who on their media application probably put down Kyrie Irving super fan. And so when it was time to ask questions of Kyrie Irving, this gentleman here didn't really have a question for Kyrie.
You're so tough. You have so much handle. You have so much skill. You have so much handle. You're so efficient. I don't have a question. You just so tough, bro. Kyrie.
Get show. You just so tough, bro.
So tough. He said handle twice. So much handle twice.
Play the you just so tough, bro.
You have so much handle. You're so efficient. I don't have a question. You just so tough, bro.
He's so tough, bro. And Kyrie just kind of like he's like, thank you, but he's like also dropping his head like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of. This is a super fan right here.
That's a lot. There's a lot of. I'm not saying Kyrie's one of. There's a lot of players out there. That's what they want. That's what they want in the media.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyrie's not that one. Kyrie generally, I think, is fine answering whatever questions you throw at him.
Like there's a couple of different types of media now. There's obviously you get your old school, But like you have like your radio and TV guys who are just like kind of like they're not necessarily journalists, but they're kind of caught in the middle.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the people who do like video podcasts or regular podcasts are more fans.
Sure.
That just have a voice. They wanted to start a podcast. And
yeah, nothing wrong with being a fan. It's a unique time in sports coverage history.
It is. It's a very unique time in sports coverage history.
All right.
There's no doubt about that.
Let's get some of this player reaction to the Luca trade and some of the conversations that went on there. There was a lot of this, and a lot of this I thought was really fascinating. First off, LeBron James was at the podium yesterday, and he was asked, hey, does a trade like the one you guys made to
Why
acquire...
was he at the podium? He didn't even play.
Because he was
play.
He was talking. When LeBron is around, he's got to be at the mic. So LeBron was asked, now that this Luca trade has gone through, is that something that would make you consider playing even longer?
No, I have not given it that type of thought. Just the excitement of being able to add a caliber player like that, a generational talent like that to our franchise, it's something that's giving me energy. And, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do. I think he's been, not only had two games so far. And I think he's been on minutes restrictions since he came back from the camp. He hadn't played since Christmas, I believe. So, as we continue to, get into form, as he continues to get in form, I think we can be really good going down the stretch, but we'll see what happens.
So, yeah, it's not anything that he's thought about yet, but again, everybody uses that. It's so frustrating when you hear these NBA players talk about Luca because they always default to the same description. Generational talent. Generational.
How they all think that.
Everybody, but they're like, yeah, but I mean, he likes nachos a little too much, so we need to get rid of him. He eats too much or something. According to
surely we can't get him on a meal plan.
All right, so arguably the biggest fault the Mavericks have in the wake of the Luca trade, like the trade itself was bad. You could make a case that the reaction after it and the way they handled the PR was even worse. Just absolutely awful response from them. It turns out that Victor Wembanyama is a better spokesperson, a PR spokesperson for the Mavericks than I guess anybody that they have over there right now. This was Wemby's reaction to the Luca trade.
I've watched games of both Lakers and Mavs ever since it happened, but what I remember from it, what really strikes me is how the Mavs fans are hurting. How they feel. It's really something that I think was a really strong emotion. Otherwise, Mavs are still contenders. Lakers still contenders. It's very competitive. They traded for very good players.
So this is insane to me that universally players are recognizing what the Mavericks refuse to acknowledge, which is the hurt of the fan base. Mm-hmm. Like the fact that Wemby is just, most guys will talk about like, I block out the noise, I don't hear it. Not necessarily in the NBA, but in general, athletes like to talk that way.
Yeah.
He's telling you like how much it's striking to him how hurt Mavs fans are. Why is it that the up-and-coming superstar of historically one of your biggest rivals in the San Antonio Spurs, why is he better able to speak to the idea of Mavericks fans, you're hurting, and I see that, and that's tough. Like, that's the biggest takeaway for him, and yet the Mavericks just want to pretend like it's not even happening.
It's as if they're acting as if the hurt doesn't matter. That's what they acted like, that the hurt the fan base felt doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because all will be well because they're going to win. Well, that's not, if that's the answer, then you don't know your own fan base. That's part of the problem. It's not good enough here just to win. It is with the Cowboys, but with the other teams in town, it's not about it's about, you also want to like the team.
You do have to build an emotional connection.
Yes,
with the
you
fan
got to
base.
build an emotional connection. And I said it earlier, like, the Rangers title in 23 was great. I think every Ranger fan that's old enough to remember 2010 would have said, if I had to choose which one won, I'd have chose 2010. Mm-hmm. It was more homegrown.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the Mavericks in 06. Like, all right, there were some homegrown elements in 2011, and we loved 2011. 2011 was magical. But I think if you had to choose which one you would rather win, you only get one, a lot of Mav fans probably would have chose 06.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with that.
And I think let's say they win the title this year. I mean, they would have, I could tell you're going to win a title this year without Luca, or I'm going to give you Luca for the next 15 years, and you might not win one, but you might win 3. I think a lot would choose that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Salvador Gutierrez on the YouTube. We are actually about to talk about they're asking why we've not talked about the Darryl Armstrong story yet. We're about to get to the Darryl Armstrong story after this next cut here. Cut 4. Nikola Jokic was talking to the media as well. He was asked for it. He's obviously somebody who's close to Luca, friends with him, and describes how he thinks Luca was hurt by this trade.
I think Luca is a generational player, generational talent. Luca, I'm not saying that it is not. I'm just saying I think Luca is somebody that we see somebody like him before who is affecting the game in so many levels, so many possessions. It's just he was building something there. I think he was hurt.
Definitely hurt.
Yeah, and I mean
see his body language.
That's the thing is that how much does that hurt potentially turn into motivation?
Well, it's different for everybody. Some people get hurt and they just kind of go into a turtle shell.
How does he concentrate that and then pour it out is going to be the question here. One last quick clip. This is cut 9. Pascal Siakam was asked the question that we played from Cade Cunningham earlier of what's the new rule you'd like to see implemented? And he had a pretty funny line about not wanting to rock the boat with the league.
If you could change one NBA rule, what would it be and why?
Bro, I don't like getting into I'm just here so I don't get fined, bro.
All right, then what would you add? What would you add then?
I'm cool with everything, man. I'm just here, brother. I'm you know what I mean? They traded Luca last time, man. I'm trying to chill.
So he's like, nope, I'm not rocking any more boats after I see Luca got purged. That's not going to work. All right, let's talk about this Darryl Armstrong story with the Mavericks because it has been a bad week for the Mavericks here, and it got worse with this news that Darryl Armstrong, the Mavericks assistant coach, was arrested and charged with assault with a gun. This is from ESPN. Mavericks assistant coach Darryl Armstrong was arrested Saturday on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The Dallas Police Department confirmed Sunday. On Sunday, the Mavericks said they were aware of an incident and have suspended an employee they didn't identify. So this means that it's Darryl Armstrong and someone else is what this reads like, are both in some hot water here.
So the other party, which I guess the WFAA identified as a woman, were arguing. This is almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, it was at 3:45, and it says the 56-year-old Armstrong were arguing, and Armstrong allegedly hit the other individual with a gun and threatened to shoot the person, according to police. Police said the other individual was treated at the scene by Dallas Fire Rescue. Armstrong, who has posted bond since being booked Saturday morning, spent 2 seasons with the Mavericks late in his 14-year NBA career and was a backup point guard on the 05-06 team that reached the NBA Finals. Maybe we didn't want the 05-06 team to win then.
Well,
just
we
so
didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, well, now we know, and we don't want Darryl Armstrong to get any titles out of that. I mean, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
everybody's so tense. Darryl Armstrong's just out here pistol whipping people. That doesn't.
This is not.
You guys. I mean, you guys said they might as well bring back Earl K. Snead. Maybe it sounds like they did.
I don't remember. I think I know the reference you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we should see if Darryl Armstrong was wearing a sweater vest. Maybe that would explain some of this. All right. No, honestly.
So what do we think happens here?
I think he's fired. Probably. If this occurred the way it did, I think they have to fire him. If they don't, this will be another PR thing that they just completely bungle.
Which that would not surprise me at all.
He is Darryl Armstrong. I honestly can't think about since he sounds like he's just not a very great person. I'll tell this story, even though it sounds a little petty. I can't think of Darryl Armstrong every time he's come up, even as being a coach.
I know what you're doing.
I don't know that you get. Every time he comes up, I think of a random game back in 2001 against the Mavericks that he absolutely blew for the Magic. So this was when Dallas was starting to get really good. And this is before they made the Juwan Howard trade. So they hadn't made the playoffs yet, but they were starting to be this young up-and-coming team. Orlando's up 99-93 with 6 seconds left. And it looks like this impossible game at the AAC for them to win. Michael Finley, or that may have been Reunion back then? I can't remember. That still may have been Reunion.
01?
01, yeah. It was the 2000 to 2001 season. I think the AAC opened the next year. Orlando's up 99-93, 6 seconds left. Impossible game. Michael Finley hits a 30-foot three-pointer and makes it 99-96. So Darryl Armstrong gets the inbound pass, and he gets fouled, and he is the league's leading free throw shooter. Nobody was a better free throw shooter in the NBA that year than Darryl Armstrong, and he led the NBA, I think, 2 different years. But he gets up there. He bricks both of the free throws. Dallas gets the ball, calls timeout, and then Finley hits another ridiculous 3 on the inbound pass where he's falling away with 2 people in his face, knocks that down. They go into overtime and ultimately won. But Darryl Armstrong was the entire reason and was just a goat in that game. But at least he didn't pistol whip Michael Finley.
My main memory is him getting on the microphone before a game at the AAC and saying, "How about those Redskins?"
Oh my
After
gosh.
they beat the Cowboys. And
did he sing "Hail to the Redskins"? Like
no,
Sean?
but Avery was the coach. Avery fined him. He said,
Really?
He said, "We are all Cowboy fans here."
I kind of miss Avery.
I did too. I did too.
Avery Johnson was. It didn't work out. That's another one where you just would have liked to seen the title just so that Avery could have gotten one.
Yeah,
because Avery didn't get one then.
No, he didn't, and he had such a great delivery. I could listen to Avery talk all day.
Yeah.
All day. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. President's Day fun fact, it is Happy President's Day to everyone. Martin Van Buren was the first president born in the United States. All the others were British subjects. However, English was not his first language.
No.
Dutch was. Happy President's Day to one and all.
So the first 7 presidents weren't born here.
British subjects. British subjects. It's a very difficult thing to say. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is coming up next on 105 through The Fan after we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist owned store.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. That O was the voice of Kevin Hageland.
Sean's a big political guy. He celebrates certain presidents.
He celebrates half of them, right? So it is President's Day. Did you know James Monroe was the 5th president, but the 3rd to die on the 4th of July?
Really?
Three of the first 5 died on July 4th.
Yeah,
That's why we celebrated.
John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. They both died on the 4th of July. They died hours apart.
I did not know
1826. They both died the same day.
And they were political rivals, and I think it was Jefferson. Jefferson had died that morning. John Adams didn't know it yet. And so John Adams' last words, because they were political rivals, was something to the effect of like, and Thomas Jefferson lives on, not knowing he had already died.
Wow.
Which one was part of the Whig Party?
You know what? It's a good question.
Why wasn't that on Peyton's questionnaires?
Yeah.
Man, if he doesn't know Aaron Seeley, I don't think he's going to know the Whig Party.
I was disappointed in you.
See, I don't know him as John.
You thought you know him as governor.
The governor. I never knew his first name.
The governor, Jerry Brown, second baseman for the Rangers in the late 80s?
No, Jerry
We
Brown.
did, Mike, you would have been very disappointed in supposed Texas Rangers fan Peyton Russell a couple weeks ago.
My God.
How we were like, yeah, we're going to throw in a name in there. And I had said it to Chop, and he's like, well, he'd know that. I was like, I don't know. Let's see. So I went, Peyton, who's Johnny Oates? And Peyton said, well, he was like a third baseman for the Rangers, right? So that's who he thought Johnny Oates was. He had no. He stands up there and looks at his retired number all the time in the stadium and just like, oh yeah, third baseman for the Rangers.
I mean, he could, even if he said third base coach, I'd be like, all right, you get like half credit.
Yeah,
you know,
you thought he was Jerry Naron or whatever.
You know, in the youth level, the high school coach is still coach third.
Yes.
You know, it's like college, maybe not.
I don't like. I was watching Oklahoma State and UT play a little bit yesterday on YouTube last night. But I'll tell you what, college baseball pitching still stinks on Sunday really bad.
On Sunday?
It's just you're down to your scraps, and they can't throw strikes. And you know,
Friday's the day, right?
Friday's
Friday's the day?
Yeah, my buddy Steve Scarborough, who played at A&M.
Will.
His buddy, I believe, is going to Navarro. He's a senior in like the Humble area of Texas. And he's been told, he's like, well, you know, he throws about 90 as a senior. That is gasoline. And he's like, well, D1 schools want you to be able to like touch 94 as a right-hander as a senior in high school. And I'm watching these Sunday pitchers, and none of them are throwing over 90 miles an hour. They're all throwing high 80s as a righty. They're all throwing mid 80s as a lefty, and they can't throw strikes. And so I'm like, not only is their stuff not premium, but they can't throw the ball anywhere close to where they're trying to throw. I watched an inning, the fourth inning, it ended up being 4-4 after 4 innings. And you're just watching walks.
Yeah.
Now, all you're doing is watching walks. And so guys can't throw strikes on Sunday because I'm just like, why not develop pitchers? I still don't get. So how's it going for you guys, college recruiters? How's it going for you that you're like, we don't want kids who can throw strikes. We just want them to be able to touch 90 miles an hour. And then you just watch ball 4, ball 8, ball 12. Then you bring in another guy. And then it's the same thing. And I'm just like, why are we doing this? Like Rob Walton's the pitching coach for Oklahoma State. He's been around forever in college baseball. And I'm like, why do you not have anybody who can throw strikes on Sunday?
Dude, like we played, so we had my son played on Saturday. They had a game on Saturday. Southlake had a kid freshman. And Luca, Luca will throw like high 70s, maybe touch 80 as a freshman.
Which is very good. A lot of people lie about how hard they throw.
I know,
a lot of people lie.
This kid threw at least 10 miles an hour, like just from the look. Just from the look, the look of the pitch, the sound. It's totally not scientific. It was probably 4 miles an hour more.
Right. A hitter will tell you, a major league hitter will say the jumps are 3 miles an hour. The major difference between a dude throwing 91 and 94, that's when a hitter's like, crap, that's getting on me quicker. So 3 miles an hour is a huge jump in speed to professional hitters.
It looked so much faster. Like this kid as a freshman, my gosh.
I remember Mark DeRosa had said previously, he was like 92, you can still see seams. He said 95, it just looks white. And he's like 98, it's a blur. You just see a blur coming at you with the baseball. Now, while we still have the opportunity, precious few opportunities to ask you free baseball questions, Mike.
This is it. This is
home stretch.
You have 3 days left here to see me.
I'm curious.
You leave on Thursday?
Well, I have off Thursday and Friday.
Well.
Bishop Lynch is playing in Austin. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if they're playing. I don't know if you've seen Thursday through Saturday temperatures in the state of Texas.
Cold, huh?
But it's all in somewhere between 15 and 35 degrees between here and Austin.
Ooh. So you have talked before about how college baseball, even the very top level, like SEC baseball, that you've said it still doesn't even compare with A-ball in terms of quality.
Right.
Is there any reason for a player in terms of developmental reasons? Is there any reason for either hitter or pitcher you think to go to college to develop, or should, if they get drafted as a high schooler, they should just go?
No, you shouldn't just go. It matters where you're getting drafted. If you're drafted, I will say 5th round or beyond as a high school player, there's a lot of question marks on you. There's a lot of talent, don't get me wrong, because every college has offered you a scholarship if you're a 5th or 6th round pick. But if you're a top 3 round pick out of high school, you're going to get at least $2 million signing bonus out of high school because they want you that bad if you're top 3 rounds. Well, I'm probably not going to be able to make $2 million playing 3 years of college baseball, but there can be development. It just matters where you are, structurally, body-wise. Like Evan Carter came out of high school, but Evan Carter still has like a senior high school body.
Yeah.
So it's just
he's got room
and a senior citizen back.
And I hope not, but right now the back is an issue because at 18 or 19 he had a major issue in A-ball with it, and then last year he had obviously a major issue with it. If it gets solved, then I do think you have a premium player.
If you've got, so you mentioned that like guys on Sundays that can't even throw strikes,
right?
So do you have a better opportunity to develop as a college pitcher than a college hitter? Because college hitters, you're facing such poor pitching.
Yeah, I would in a general term, I would say yes, because unless there's a freshman on Sunday pitching that is developing into hopefully a Friday pitcher, your Sunday pitchers aren't going to see the light of day of a professional game. Like they're not even going to pitch in A ball most likely. But
really?
Not on not your Sunday
starters,
guys.
The starter, no?
Probably not. I mean,
not unless they're like sophomore.
Yeah, and then it's just like maybe if you're I'm throwing out, I don't know everybody's staff right now, but Vanderbilt, Georgia, your premium, maybe on Sundays they'll pitch a little bit of pro ball, but probably not. Your Friday and Saturday guys, like to be honest, I don't know who pitched on Sunday for Vanderbilt when they had Leiter and Rocker.
Yeah.
Nobody
either.
I mean, maybe he was good. Maybe he ended up being a younger guy who was good and then transitioned into being their Friday pitcher the next year. I don't know, but I would say if let's say you watch the tournament at the Globe, which it had premium teams in it, and then we have another one. I got to check and see. We might have Kirk Sarlos on Wednesday.
By the way, we're going to be doing a giveaway for that tournament every single day this week.
Look at that.
But 95% of the pitchers Wyatt Langford faced, 95% won't even play AA baseball. But and he's using a metal bat too. There's a major difference. If you went to the home run derby and you saw the high school kids hitting the ball further
rushing it
than major league guys, it's because they're
bat.
using a loaded weapon.
They're using the stealth bat.
They had there was something last offseason. Adolis was doing some promo video or something, and they gave him an aluminum bat to hit with, and he hit the ball. It looked like 600. It disappeared so fast. It was like a nighttime shoot. And he hit it out of this minor league park, and you just lost the ball in the darkness.
I'd be scared even behind the L screen.
With Adolis specifically.
With Adolis with a metal bat.
Well, like those high school kids in the home run derby where like Corey Seager hit the 9th inning, Game 1 World Series home run, that was consistently where they were hitting the ball on home run derby with a dude throwing it 60 miles an hour from 45 feet because of just the loaded weapon that a metal bat is.
If you were the Rangers and you know Evan Carter's back the way it is, would you not play him in the field when they go to Toronto, or because he's going to play 80 games.
You better feel like it's solved, or you better trade him as soon as he starts doing good. If you believe that playing on hard surfaces, because I don't know, I'm going to guess now 30% of major league fields are turf. I don't know that.
Well, it's us, Arizona, Tampa, Toronto.
Houston changed, right?
Did Houston change?
Are you about to list all of these?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Tampa not this year.
You want me to do the
Not
Shakira
this year,
list?
they're playing in
No? Okay.
Sacramento is.
That is, yeah. So now you got 5
I'm
going to
assume Vegas will be, because I've played there.
Yes.
You're playing on
Yeah.
hell on earth
It will
when you're
be.
playing in the summertime in Vegas.
It's
and
not
Tucson.
many. It's less than 10. About
But
6 of
okay.
them.
Yeah, if that's the case, if that's what you believe, if your scouting department, your front offices believe, if we play Evan Carter 3 games on turf in a row, and let's just say ours is better than Toronto, if we do that and we think he's going to have a bad back the rest of the year, then we need to hopefully get him right, get him going well, and I don't agree with this, and then trade him immediately. Because if you think that his back is going to go out on him at 22 years old to 25 years old again, and he might not ever play, then you need to get value for that player. Because I'm sure the Chicago White Sox, I'm naming the worst team in baseball, or let's say the Angels. I'm sure they'll take a major risk on a talent like Evan Carter, who came up to the big leagues and in September and October was one of the best hitters in the game of baseball at 21
Well,
years old.
between him and Anthony Rendon, they might get a full season out of him.
Hell yeah.
Tell them what you did on Valentine's Day.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, I got Sarah flowers.
From where?
Well, I did get them eventually from Sam's.
Where did you get the first flowers you gave her?
Oh, I took some of the flowers from my dad's funeral.
He stole funeral arrangement flowers and gave them to her for Valentine's Day.
And you said eventually, does that mean you told her where they were from and she was like, give me some different
No,
flowers?
they looked very sad at the vase thing. There's 3 of them. They looked very sad.
It looked like the Beauty and the Beast flower before he changed back.
I was like, I had to go out. I had to go drop Luca off at the. By the way, the one thing I hate about high school baseball is you got to drop the kids off at the school to take the bus, and then you got to follow the bus home instead of just bringing them home from the field. I hate that, but I get it, right?
Yeah.
So when
For
I was
safety purposes.
when I was on the way back, I stopped at Sam's.
So that's what he did.
I'm going to tell you something. Flowers,
They die?
overrated.
Oh.
So I think that you should buy them on February 16th.
That's probably the way to go.
I don't know. By the way, are roses growing in the wintertime tremendously well? I feel like it's a spring, summer. I'm like, where are they getting all these roses from?
I don't know.
We might not have them next year.
From apparently the cemetery.
The cemetery.
Yeah. If we're getting them from like Mexico, they're going to get tariffed. They're going to be.
What do we have today?
Right out the gate, we're going to talk about the awesomeness that is Four Nations. We'll do some dunk in the trunk at 11 and baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
It's the K&C masterpiece.
Do you think we
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, the famous Mike Bassick, the famouser Alec Medford. Unfortunately, Corey is under the weather today.
Oh, he called me. He said, I'm done with you. He said,
that did not happen.
He said, you have 8 shows left and only 5 of them I have to be a part of in surprise. And so
you think he's going to box you out until we get to
I don't think he's coming in Tuesday or Wednesday either.
Oh, man.
This is it for me. This is my third to last show in this studio ever.
How does that make you feel?
Fine. How many do you have left till we move to that other building?
I don't.
Well, I shouldn't say we, you guys.
Are we supposed to be talking about that? I don't know the
answer.
answer.
We're out of here, building.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know if you know that or not. We're done.
All right, so that sets the tone for what the program is going to probably be like today.
What are they going to do, fire me?
Oh, my God.
Huh? Like, oh, man, I can't work the last 8 days.
I told you this the other day, Mike. I swear, the way you talk sometimes, it's like your goal is to see if you can get fired.
I had a dream I got fired. I
have that dream about you all the time.
During this weekend, I had a dream I got fired. It was really confusing because then I'm like, do I get the 6 extra weeks of pay? Because if so, that's awesome. Thank you.
Oh, no.
That wasn't part of the dream, but I mean, now I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay, Mike, I hope you don't get fired, I guess, unless that's what you want. I don't know.
No way they're paying me 6 extra weeks.
That's a good point. All right, let's go to hockey to start it off. Now, Mike, I need to ask this before we proceed any further.
Oh, no.
Did you watch any Four Nations on Saturday?
I saw the highlights on YouTube. So I saw the fights, and then I saw the goals, and I saw the defense that United States played.
Hell yeah.
How about that? That's good. That's more than I watched the NBA.
That's true. And I already kind of predicted that. So let's go to cut number 9. This is how you knew it was going to start off intense. And I want to point out, this person singing is from Canada. Aren't they like part of the Canadian Royal Guard or something like that? And I was like, okay, maybe they'll cut this guy some slack because he eventually sang "Oh Canada" and everybody loved that. But this Canadian representative singing the Star Spangled Banner, it went super great.
Now singing the national anthems of the United States of Canada. Please welcome Warrant Officer Devin Malone of the Royal Canadian Air Force Band.
No. So they're like from the Royal, and they're like, hey! Oh, boo! They were, This game was in Montreal. They booed continuously throughout the national anthem. Then when they played Oh Canada, obviously everybody loved it. And then we get to, well, it took what? Literally maybe 2 seconds. It was 1 or 2 seconds.
When do you think they decide this, by the way? Do they decide it when they're just on their kind of warm-ups as they're skating around? Like you tell the person, I'm coming after you as soon as we drop the puck.
I'll tell you this, Mike.
And the other guy goes, great, because I want some.
Let's go to cut number 8. This is Brady Tkachuk talking about the start of the game. And it really feels like they had a little bit of this mapped out. Go ahead.
You know what? I think it just happened pretty organically. Matthew said he wanted to go first, and just happened. And you know what? It's over and done with now. Now it's an opportunity to win the game here.
When did Matthew say that?
You know what? It's right when we found out the starting lineup. He said he wanted a piece of him, and then coordinated with Benny there, and and then Millsy, finished off with a big boy 1-2.
So once they found out the starting lineups, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna fight."
Now, was that fun? Were you watching live?
Yes, I was.
Was that awesome?
Amazing.
It was awesome. So fighting is awesome in sports?
I think in this atmosphere it was.
Yeah.
Because it was so like charged just in the intros. It felt like, Alec, a wrestling match. The way people lost their mind for one group, hated the other one, and then they just started throwing fists, and you're like, holy crap,
awesome.
this is going to be unbelievable. So let's go to cut number 6.
Before we go, shouldn't when Russell Westbrook screams in your face, if you just punch him right in his big mouth and knock all his teeth out, wouldn't that be awesome?
There's a little part of me that thinks that.
And then let's see if the little guys keep screaming at the big guys, and we're entertained by it.
Yes.
It's all about entertainment. We're changing the rules for entertainment in all these sports. Let's let fighting happen.
That crowd loved everything about the way that game started. Give me cut number 6, 1 or 2 seconds in. Here we go.
Nations face-off matchup is underway, and the gloves are off. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel.
And they grapple around, and see if you could tell when the Canadian guy takes the other one.
Hagel from Tampa Bay, Tkachuk from Florida. Did not see this coming.
Right there. So you could stop it, but as you see, the fans freaking love it. So the way they do the setup is they have a broadcaster up in the booth. They have somebody right down on the ice. And so cut number 7, I thought this was an excellent job of, if you want to call it sideline reporting or whatever, but he said straight away, and maybe it's in the clip, but he was like, oh, this is about to happen again, so get ready.
Well, Brady's out there, and Sam Bennett, who's been thrust out of their lineup tonight, he did not play against Sweden, is taking the face-off. He's clearly in there to help match the United States physicality. Brings a lot of grit, a lot of sandpaper.
This was set
and here they come, Ray, you're right.
Right before the first Tkachuk fight, this was set up. Here you go.
They're not as happy this time because
Bennett in the lineup for the first time. Brady gets the better of this one.
All right, so
awesome.
What you missed right before that is the guy who you could hear right there at the end, who's down on the ice. He goes, 100% we won't make it 1 or 2 more seconds, maybe not even before the puck hits the ice, before there is another fight. And so that's what happened. And then just a few seconds later, there was what looked like just a very nondescript, let's all skate to the goal. And then immediately that broke out into a fight as well. In the first 9 seconds, there were 3 fights, and it was crazy. Alec, I know from our text chain, you were also watching this live.
I was, and I joked at the end of the game. I was like, this needs to be a biannual thing because this is the most invested that I've been in non-Stars hockey and who knows how long. It's really intense. We talked about it last week. There's just like a certain pride that you can just feel oozing through the TV. You know, you joke about the NBA All-Star Game. It's like, maybe I'll just shoot this 3 from the logo for fun. And the hockey players, you know, just a few hours before are like, I'm going to die for my country tonight.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and have some fun while we do it. But yeah, you just saw the intensity right off the rip. You saw right after that, everybody going into the penalty box, and the U.S. was shorthanded, but their penalty kill responded. I think in one of those clips, my favorite term, my favorite descriptor all night was sandpaper. That's what I felt like watching the U.S., especially their penalty kill. They were just gritty. Everything just seemed to be flowing. There was high energy all throughout the night. It was really, really fun.
So the coach for Canada, John Cooper, he was upset that they lost the game, right? Because they lost 3-1. But immediately, one of the first things he said in the post game was, the game is in a better place because last night's game existed. I guess that was the next day, obviously. Somebody from Sweden was that, because obviously they have a team playing as well. He goes, I knew it was going to be an electric start, but I maybe didn't expect 3 fights in 9 seconds. The arena was already pretty loud and the fans were already really emotionally charged. I guess that kind of took it to the next level. And then to what Alex said, one of the players said, you put the flag behind the meaning of something and guys' switches just kind of flip. And so
we saw this a year, I guess 2 years ago now in the World Baseball Classic.
100%. I thought about that because now Bettman is like, hey, we're going to bring back the World Cup of hockey. And this is the first time, I think in 10 years, we've seen this sort of high level international competition with the best of the best players from the NHL included. And then you had to get to the game. Like, this took, I don't know, like 25 minutes, and we're 9 seconds into the game. And so then you eventually get to the game itself, and go ahead and give me cut number 5, because it was clear that I felt clear to me that these were the best two teams.
Now it's Larkin with a burst of speed. He scores! Dylan Larkin in transition gives the United States the lead for the first time tonight.
So the United States would tag on another goal. They won 3-1. That was the empty net goal.
David McDavid scored for Canada, right?
That's Connor McDavid, not David McDavid is who you're referencing. But I wanted to already point out what a huge success this tournament has been for the NHL. You remember I told you the first game between Sweden and Canada drew 1 million people viewership on TNT. It was the highest TNT game that they'd had all season, and the highest non-playoff game TNT had ever had. 1 million people. Saturday night, because I believe this game was also on ABC. I watched it on ESPN+. 4.4 million people watched this. To put that in perspective, that was the most watched non-Stanley Cup final game. Not even playoff game. Non-Stanley Cup final game in 6 years. And that was for a playoff game between Columbus and Boston. So this is the highest rated not in the finals game in 6 years. It feels safe to assume this has already been a success for the NHL, and I am going to go ahead and go not really out on a limb and say if Canada wins today in regulation and you get Canada-US rematch Thursday for the championship, that feels like it's going to be even a bigger rating for the NHL.
I'm with you. They just need the NBA commissioner. What's Big Ears guy?
Adam Silver?
Yeah, Adam Silver. He just needs to fix it where it would make sure that you get United States versus Canada. He knows how to do it.
That is a good point. Alec, this has become, I know the United States plays again tonight, and there's not really a ton on the line for them. Although I guess they could help determine who their opponent is in the final, depending
Call
on
it the NBA. They know how to fix things.
That they do. That they do. Has this become a must-watch for you, Alec?
It has, and I heard the morning show talking about it a little bit, that this might be one of the weirdest weeks and most boring weeks typically in sports, because you do have the NBA All-Star break. Yep. You have the layover of spring training games are starting in a few days, but not quite right now. Football season just ended. Nobody cares about any of the spring leagues or anything really. So there's not a lot, like there's not a marquee boxing match that everybody's kind of hyping up right now. Heck, even in WWE, there's not really much to watch right now. So it's typically a really boring time, but I've found myself like genuinely amped to sit down and watch these hockey games, which usually for me, that's only playoff hockey when I'm talking about a bunch of guys that I don't typically watch on the ice. For the Stars, I try to catch every game, but for this, it's different. It just feels different. I'm genuinely amped every time I see it in the TV guide.
So somebody did ask who won the fights. I think, and especially if you factor in the takedown, not to go too MMA on this, I feel like you can make an argument. Canada won the first fight. The United States won the second fight. And the third one was just like a big old scrum right there. So 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw. Felt very even across the board. But I wanted to give you a highlight from one other game in the Four Nations, because Mikael Granlund, one of the newest Dallas Stars, let's go to cut number 10. This is the call in Finnish, putting the game winner in the net.
Granlund, Mikkola mukana, Granlund, laukana! Suomi voittaa! Mikael Granlund ratkaisee Leijonille tämän pelin, ja Suomi pitää toivon ylhäällä.
So, Mikael Granlund, one of the newest Dallas Stars, he scores the game winner for Finland against Sweden, which obviously still keeps them in the mix for an opportunity to be there on Thursday. But I just love that call. I just love the passion. I love everything about the Four Nations, and I know we'll talk more about the NBA a little bit later, but just juxtapose that versus the general apathy or frustration people had with the new NBA All-Star format, and this is so much better.
Well, you just think about during the summertime, if you do bring up basketball, the Olympics was pretty awesome.
Yes.
With, Steph Curry playing a great game. LeBron tried. That was awesome. I mean, that's a 50-50 proposition. These kind of country situations now have just been awesome in the three major sports, and golf is always awesome too when they do
Ryder Cup.
Yeah, that's always really fun to watch when you get that event happening in golf too. So maybe we do away with teams and we just go to nations now playing each other.
Maybe just like in the breaks. I don't know how easy that would be to put together. It feels like we have a tough time in the world agreeing on things, but so far, Four Nations has been awesome. Noon, we'll have another game that we will not Sweden in Canada. Finland
Mexico?
in Canada. No, not Mexico is not in the Four Nations. So you get in this tournament, okay? Just so that doesn't get taken out of context.
Brazil, they're good, right?
So Canada will play Finland at noon, and then Sweden and the United States tonight.
Isn't that where Pele's from?
From Brazil?
Yeah.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with hockey?
Great athlete.
Okay.
Start a hockey team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hurry back, Corey. Coming up next.
Yeah, Corey, you have to deal with this.
Just how much experimentation can players in the league pull off in spring training? Let's talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
0-1. Langford hits one high and deep to left field. That one is not coming back. Pilar looks, it's out of here. That one clears both bullpens in straightaway left field.
That's Jared Sandler. He's in Surprise, Arizona, covering the Texas Rangers. We're going to talk a little bit of baseball here and baseball nuggets at 10:40ish. And to Jake Ryan on YouTube, he says, Mike, can you do something about these Uber Eats commercials? I don't think I was paying attention. Are the Uber Eats commercials irritating?
It feels like we always have a commercial in rotation that some section of the audience finds annoying.
Yeah.
I'm
like
not,
little kids singing.
Okay. Well, I was specifically trying not to say any commercial, but all right. So I want to talk about something here, and we're going to be in spring training in a week. We're going to be in Surprise in a week doing our show. I want to start with how much experimentation can players who are locked into their spot pull off in spring training? Because can you explain just real quick, in the past, spring training can be the time for experimentation if you have that leeway. But for a lot of people, they're like, I can't experiment on nothing because I have to show you exactly what I can do.
Yeah, let's say you're Jesse Chavez. He's, I don't know, I think he's 40 years old now or 41. If you remember him, he used to be at the Rangers 5 or 6 years ago, and he's been around the big leagues. He has 15 to 20 years in the major leagues. He still can't work on anything this spring because he's trying to impress Bochy and Maddox and those guys that he should be part of the 8-man bullpen to start the year. He might retire if he doesn't make the team. So he's had times where he could try different things in plenty of spring trainings, but not this year. He's trying to show the Rangers, I can pitch in the major leagues for you right now. But if you're a guy, let's say Chris Martin, well, he might say, gosh, if I can throw this pitch this way, does this make me more viable in the pen? He's fine. He's going to be your 7th, 8th, or 9th inning guy this year. Dane Dunning can't. He got sent down to the minors last year. You know, if you weren't paying attention in September, they just sent Dane Dunning down to the minors. They're like, you're not good enough to be on our team anymore. And so for Dane Dunning, he's coming in with the mindset of, I got to show these guys again who I used to be, and I can be even better than the 2023 version of Dane Dunning. So you come in, if you're guaranteed a spot on the team, let's just say Evan Carter. He is guaranteed a spot on the team. He's not guaranteed to start as one of your 9. But last year, remember, he used to always use the counterbalance, the big knob on the... Yeah. And then he changed in spring training. He was fiddle farting around with a different bat to see if maybe he could get more elevation on the ball to be a little bit more of a power hitter. You know, it'll be interesting to see if he's messing around with different bats in spring training, or he just goes back to the counterbalance bat, which he had so much success in the minor leagues, and then that 2023 run in September and October. So there's different things that you can look for and see where guys stand in the box, see if they're standing more upright, if they're a wider base, you know, like there's all kinds of different things that guys could work on, but you have to be careful if you're fighting for your job.
So safe to say this individual is not fighting for their job. Paul Skeens, the pitching coach for the Pirates, said, and I know sometimes there's disagreements about what kind of pitch actually is a specific pitch, and you're like, yeah, that's just what people say. But the pitching coach for the Pirates said that Paul Skeens is looking to add a running 2-seam fastball and a cutter to his, clearly he's already had a hell of a start to his career.
Yeah, he wants to have a 0 ERA.
Yeah, exactly. And so what's the time frame for, I guess not necessarily, I'm sure he didn't just walk out there for the first time and like, let me try this pitch out. But like, what's the time frame for how long it takes to really work on a pitch and like what you can tweak once you're up against live hitters?
Well, you can keep doing it pretty much all of spring training.
Yep.
And you get an idea. This is always, to me, I get it. They do get a lot of feedback from the computer to say how much the ball is spinning, like, is it spinning more sideways? Is it spinning, more, let's say, north-south? type of deal, which would be a fastball.
Yeah.
A slider would be spinning more east-west or west-east, matters which hand you're throwing with. So they get all of that feedback. But to me, still, the hitter gives you the best feedback. If you start throwing, let's just say Paul Skeens is throwing a two-seam running fastball, and instead of, let's say, getting in on the hands of righties, they're getting the bat head out and they're hitting, line drives to left field or hitting the ball well to the pull side if you're right-handed, or if you're left-handed, they're really hitting you hard up the middle, or that ball's just not doing what you're hoping it would do, or it's doing exactly what you thought it would do, but it's not getting any results that are good. Well, that's something that maybe I need to work more on the next off season, or I can tweak it in spring training in my next bullpen session to see if I can get maybe more depth on that two-seam fastball rather than just sideways action. And then you have to be careful on, there's no scouting reports in spring training. You're not pitching to anybody's strengths or weaknesses.
So potential early success could be a little bit of a smokescreen.
Rougned Odor can hit 400 if you throw him all fastballs.
Yeah.
Literally, he would have been a Hall of Famer. Look, we all make mistakes, right? Jared thought he was going to be a Hall of Fame player. I thought, Trevor Lawrence was going to be a great quarterback. We all have predictions, and nobody's ever 100% on their predictions.
We'll do that segment at some point this week. Like, just tell us one of your predictions that you're like, well, I really dropped the ball on that one.
But you watch guys and you're like, oh my gosh, he's going to have a good year. I fell into a little bit of a trap with Wyatt Langford, right? As soon as they said, well, let's do this and do that, and you're not going to face any AAA and AA pitchers. You're going to face all big league pitchers in the big leagues, right? He struggled tremendously. He made great adjustments as the season continued. That's always the tough part, is making in-season adjustments, and they work out. But in spring training, you can keep messing around with things until you get to, let's say, March 27th, I believe, is opening day for the Texas Rangers against the Red Sox. That's when you have to go, hey, if I do it in this game and we lose, that costs my team a possible win. I can't do this now. Now, when you're up 7-0 in the fourth inning, maybe you're like, hey, in the dugout, you tell Jonah Heim or Higgy, who they were catching, like, hey, I want to throw a couple of two-seamers in this inning just to see where we're at, because most likely it's not going to kill me to throw a couple of them just to see if I can execute them in a real major league game. Or if you're down 7-0, you might want to try something different, but you don't want to cost your team a win by kind of experimenting in the regular season.
Now, we talked about that from the player perspective, and I'm sure we can always add more to that. But what about from a Major League Baseball point of view? Because, and I'm really excited for Wyatt Langford for this, did you see that Major League Baseball, or we haven't really talked about it a whole lot, that they're going to try out their automated ball and strike replay challenge system in spring training?
Yeah, so when I had to leave the other day at noon, that was our meeting.
Okay, was
covered
it?
some of that, yeah.
There's
only certain parks that have it. Not all spring training parks have it, but in Surprise, they do have it. So there will be the rule they're looking at doing in 26, but they want to run it through spring training here, and they're going to do it in all of the minor league parks that have the technology to do it. So I'm going to assume the upper level minor league
with the hopes of eventually using it for regular season game.
They did a whole bunch of study on it. They asked fans, they asked players, they asked coaching staffs, they asked front offices, and they're coming up with what they think will be best for baseball going forward. Instead of having an automated strike zone where the umpire is actually doing very little, in his ear they'll tell him if it was a ball or strike, and he can quickly change it, is you're going to have 2 challenges a game from each side. Now, if I recall, it doesn't matter if you get them wrong or right. There's only 2
so there's
in the
no
whole
bonus
game.
Third, and
you challenge, and it has to come from the hitter, the catcher, or the pitcher. Nowhere else. It cannot come from the dugout. They're worried that there'll be technology in the dugout, obviously those iPads, and if they see where the ball is on the iPad, they do not want a manager or another player yelling, challenge it, because they saw it on TV. The other thing, too, is, just to add to this, I'm giving a little bit of extra, and I don't know. Major League Baseball doesn't know how they're going to do this. They're thinking about, in the future, when you're watching the game this year on Rangers Sports Network, how you have the box where it shows if it's kind of a ball or strike as you're watching live. They think they're going to have to take that away. Not this year, but they don't want anybody seeing if it was a ball or strike in live action. Now, you have a great idea if it's a ball or strike. You're watching the game. But they don't want that box where it gives you a very good idea if it caught the corner or not. So that's something they're working on for 2026. How do we present the game on television where if we're going to have a challenge system, which probably will be next year in the major leagues, how do we do it where there's almost not a cheat code where we've put a box on the video screen where people in the stands, if they have their phone on
they
or
can
whatever,
see it in live action.
Challenge it, it's a ball. They don't want somebody in the front row having that access and then yelling at the hitter it was a ball in a big situation. And then how much do managers have to talk to their players now as part of a strategy of, I don't mind if Langford you challenge and it's the first pitch in the first inning to you, but we have runners on second and third and nobody out. Well, if you look at the percentages of a 1-0 count versus an 0-1 count, it's huge in Major League Baseball. So I understand you challenging there. If there's 2 outs and nobody on and we're in the first 5 innings, I don't care if it's strike 3. We're not challenging there. The likelihood of us scoring with nobody on and 2 outs and you have a 2-strike count on you is very low. We're just going to wear it as a bad call and we'll move on to the next inning. Now,
you mentioned Wyatt Langford. I'm particularly interested in how this affects Wyatt Langford. I realize with only 2 challenges, the impact for a particular player might not be too high. However, Langford had the 17th highest percentage of called strikes against him last year that weren't strikes. And so I like seeing that kind of info because it felt like every day we were like, man, Langford keeps getting jobbed. Like we asked Bochy about it. But then you see, of all the players in baseball who saw at least 2,000 pitches, he had the 17 most inaccurate calls. How big of a difference can that actually make like in a season? Because as you just said, only 2 challenges, you don't have unlimited challenges. Could it change your mental perspective at all as well? Like, I don't know if last year, and I want to ask him about this in spring training, if he got caught up in that. I realize the right answer is like, oh, you just control what you control, but that's got to be in the back of your mind, right?
Oh, sure you get caught up in it because in an at bat, whether it's a pitcher or a hitter, I'll come from a pitcher's perspective first. I throw a ball 3 inches off of the plate on the outside, and the umpire calls it a strike. Why? I'm going to repeat that pitch. I know he can't hit it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to, maybe I don't immediately repeat it, but I know now I'm getting a ball off of the plate for a strike, and I can take advantage of that. The hitter's perspective is, son of a gun, I have to now swing at balls off of the outside corner?
Yep.
So now you get them in more of a defensive mode and almost of like a negative mindset of, I have to swing at a pitch that's a ball because this umpire is calling that pitch a strike. Now, I know in high school guys will scoot up to the line or whatever and change where they stand in the box. 99% of major league hitters never change where they stand in the box no matter who is pitching most of the time because guys just throw too good. You stand at the back of the box. Now, how close or far away you stand from home plate is a difference. But if you go watch major league games, most guys are on the white line or close to the white line in the back of the box. They're not moving up because now they think a breaking ball is coming or stuff. That's high schoolish stuff. And I understand why to do it in high school. But I would say it does mess with you, and that's why you'll see guys chase below the zone if they feel like a ball was called maybe below the zone, and then you throw another breaking ball and you just throw it another 3 to 5 inches lower. I think he's going to swing at it because I saw his reaction. He was pissed about the call. He looked at the umpire. He didn't agree, and I'm like, well, now he's ticked, and now he thinks he's going to have to cover a part of the zone that's not a strike. So I'm going to get him to chase now even further down that zone and use it to my advantage. It works the other way, too. As a pitcher, you throw one that's definitely a strike, and he calls it a ball. You're like, where the F do I have to throw the ball today for it to be a strike?
And you're worried you have to, like, throw it right in the zone to get a chance at a call?
And I wonder this. Julio Rodriguez, he had a similar percentage his rookie year in 22. I don't know why. The thing would be umpires don't respect rookies, and they're going to have a wider strike zone.
Yeah.
And then as you prove that you're a good hitter, as you prove that maybe you're a great hitter, they're like, well, if he didn't swing at it, it's not a strike. I don't know if they ever called a strike on Barry Bonds for his last 7 years in the major leagues. It's like if he didn't swing at it for some reason, they just would not call it a strike.
Does that not push the idea of just electronic umpiring altogether when you're like, let's take the emotion out of it and the feeling out of it?
Yes, but they took a poll of fans, players, and they said we don't want an automated strike zone. And the other thing too is because they don't want Jake Berger being a catcher.
Yeah.
Like, nothing against Jake Berger, but right, like he's a corner infielder because that changes everything. Like, you don't have to frame anything. You just have to have a good arm back there and be able to keep the ball in front of you. Catching the ball well doesn't matter. So there's like, and it could change over time, but as they're starting this off, we'll see it in spring training. You tap your head, whoever it is, whether it's the catcher, whether it's the hitter, whether it's the pitcher, you tap your hat or your helmet and you say, I want that reviewed. You made a call, and they say it takes approximately 15 to 17 seconds.
Oh, okay.
It's very much like watching Wimbledon or the French Open. It's going to be just like that. And they'll show it on the video screen just like they show it at, let's say, Wimbledon.
And you always get a good reaction and people locked in for that.
Yeah, so I do think there'll end up being more challenges as this progresses throughout our time. But it seems like this year it'll be 2 challenges in the minor leagues per team. I don't think you get more just because you got 2 right. You get to pick your 2 and that's it per game. And then I do think it could get up to like, I don't know, maybe 9 is too much because that would be kind of 1 per inning.
Yeah.
And they just don't want to slow down the game unless it's for instant replay. Then we take 17 minutes to really make sure we might have got it right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, wanted to throw out this interesting little tidbit. Came out this morning. Mike Trout had a meeting with Angels coaches yesterday. They determined he will play right field going forward in an effort to preserve his body.
Good. I hope it works, man.
I do too.
It'd be really good if we saw Mike Trout play 120 games this
year. Agreed. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
All right. What players who change teams are going to have the biggest impact in baseball this year? Next.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, we continue our baseball discussion with Baseball Nuggets.
Little Dallas Cowboy on YouTube hates baseball. He wants us to talk, I'm assuming, NFL draft or free agency for 4 straight hours.
Isn't the draft in like 2.5 months?
No, we have to do it now.
We're not going to do anything in free agency.
But Little Dallas Cowboy hates baseball.
Sorry, man.
More baseball for you, Little Dallas Cowboy. Don't worry.
That's not in reaction to that. We were going to talk about that anyway.
I'll be gone in 8 days. You won't have to worry about me anymore. 8 shows, really.
We're still going to talk about baseball, Mike, even when you're
that's
gone.
up to you if you want to tick off Little Dallas Cowboy.
I don't want to tick off anybody.
Yeah?
But we're
Sometimes
not
it's
just
fun.
not going to talk baseball.
It's fun to tick people off at times. See their reaction. You're like, I got under your skin. All right. So we're talking about the best projected players to change teams this offseason. So who's going to have the biggest impact? Now, they base this off of WAR, wins above replacement, per Fangraphs, which is so weird that we have this
different wars.
Complicated stat that nobody can understand. And they're like, well, there's different formulas for different websites. So they will say, hey, if you get 60 WAR for your career, good chance you're a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Like they've actually, there's voters that will only look at WAR because they don't like looking at all the other things. They're just like, well, what was his wins above replacement? And I don't want to make it that simple that they just do that, but that's their number one criteria for voting for Hall of Famers is what was their wins above replacement. And then there's 3 different wars that you can
and they're
at.
all proprietary,
And
which means they're like, hey, don't worry about it.
Nobody has an idea how they get to the number, but like Juan Soto is number 1 here. His projected WAR for this upcoming season is 6.4, which is a huge. That's an MVP number. If you take out when Shohei gets to pitch, you get a WAR of 5 or above for a season. You have a chance of winning the MVP.
Yeah.
So Juan Soto yesterday arrived at Port St. Lucie for the Mets, and I just think we've gone over this. I don't even think he's going to play out that 15-year deal. I think he's going to opt out of it, even though it is crazy. Was it $765 or something?
That is correct.
For 15 years. He's 26. He's already a bad defensive player. He's arguably the best hitter in the game, right? He's in that conversation.
I could see that.
But I just look at it and go, he is a DH. And I guess, hey, Shohei Ohtani makes a lot of money, and he's a DH too. But he also pitches.
And I always think about the fact, I get he got such a longer deal because he's so young, but I always wonder about, do you have a finite amount of tread on your body? And so he's really older in baseball years than he actually is because he started playing so young.
Do you think, I have the deal on MLB Network, as they're showing Paul Skeens tinkering with pitches?
Told you.
Which we just talked about. How do you think the guy is that got to stand in the box there and face him? He's like, oh, yeah, man, I haven't seen live pitching in about 4 months. Why don't you just throw it 103 with movement on it? This will go really well for the start of my spring training.
Or having to try out this new pitch. You'd be like, it's good. It's probably going to work. By the way, Texas Rangers, the rest of the group reported today. So we talked about pitchers and catchers last Wednesday. The rest of the team is in surprise.
All right, so on this list on MLB.com of the players that are going to have big impacts on their new teams, the Astros are going to be all over here in positive and negative ways. So the rivalry of the Rangers and the Astros, when we look at what they did this offseason, is going to be very interesting as we go through this list.
We could talk about this another time if you like. Are the Astros the most one of the most intriguing teams in terms of you're like, I'm not entirely sure what that's going to look like?
Yes, except if they have injuries in their starting pitching staff, and they did last year, and they still won the division. So what am I saying? I don't know. I look at their pitching staff, their starting 5 doesn't look good to me, and they have, as far as I can tell, nobody who looks like they're ready to help when they need to go to starting pitcher number 6, 7, and 8. So I look at last year, they had plenty of injuries again in their rotation, and I believe it was Blanco who stepped up, immediately had a no-hitter early in the year and had a really nice season, and he was a nobody like going into spring training, nobody's like, watch out for Blanco. He's with the Astros, and he could be a really good pitcher. He was. So sometimes you get guys that come out of nowhere and help you out, but I just look at the Astros rotation, and I just go, how are they going to get through 162 games and win 90 games with that rotation?
Yeah.
So, number 2, Kyle Tucker. He leaves the Astros. He goes to the Cubs. So, that's a big loss when you look at it. Number 3, probably opening day starter against the Texas Rangers will be Garrett Crochet going to the Red Sox, which will be interesting because that would
Sox
mean
are loaded up this offseason.
That means Jock Peterson and Evan Carter might not be starting on opening day.
We've talked about some of the questions I want to ask some of the people out there, and surprise, that's pretty high up on my list for Boach, just to know more about how he views that general strategy.
Yeah, because that'll be with that game. And then when Garrett Crochet goes out after 5 innings, I'm assuming then Peterson and Evan Carter come in to the game?
Most incredible pinch hitters, or however you want to describe it.
All right, number 4, another loss for the Astros, Alex Bregman. So out of the top 4 guys that are going to have major impacts on their other teams are Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, both leaving the Astros. So that sounds really bad for the Astros, which is really good for us. Number 5, the Astros get Isaac Piadres.
Okay.
So here's where they pick up a player that they think is going to have a major impact in a positive way for the Astros after losing 2 guys. So as I go down here, Willie Adames going to the Giants, Corbin Burns going to the D-backs, Andres Jimenez going to the Blue Jays, Blake Snell going to the Dodgers, Max Fried going to the Yankees. I get to number 11. So I wanted to go through those quickly to get to our rival here, the Houston Astros. Christian Walker going to the Astros.
Yeah.
So they have, out of the top 11 people that they think are going to make major impacts from going to another team, they have 2 and 4 leaving the Astros, and then they have 5 and 11 coming to the Astros.
Man. See, that just adds all the more intrigue to, obviously I want them to fail, but kind of curious what this new incarnation of the Astros is going to look like.
Yeah, and when you go to the Yankees, who represented the American League in the World Series, right? That's where the Rangers want to be again. You look at that they lose Juan Soto, the number 1 guy. Yeah. I mean, that is a huge loss. But then, we forget maybe, if you're kind of a casual baseball fan, Max Fried is, when he's healthy, he is one of the 5 best starting left-handed pitchers in the game. And they got Max Fried with Garrett Cole. If those 2 dudes are healthy and you're facing them in the playoffs, and let's say the Rangers are healthy, hey, I love our chances. But Garrett Cole versus Jacob deGrom and Max Fried versus Nathan Eovaldi, that is
unbelievable.
Those are battles right there. Guys can have bad games and you can score a lot of runs, but I can't tell you that deGrom and Eovaldi are better than Cole and Fried. We'll see how the season plays out, and I hope you get a matchup of Yankees versus Rangers in the playoffs. We haven't had it since 2010. I'd love to see it again.
Me too.
I just would love it to be a 7-game series because that means you're playing to go to the World Series. And then you get Gleyber Torres, number 12. Well, he left the New York Yankees to go to the Detroit Tigers. And then you get number 14, you get Cody Bellinger, who left the Cubs and going to the Yankees. So the Yankees have a lot of guys kind of on this list that could make, major impacts. Now, I'll get to the Texas Rangers now. I don't get this. I hope the best for him because I did love talking to him last year. Is Max Scherzer. He is number 22 on this list.
That's a name
but
thing.
That's higher than I think he should be. And they're projecting his WAR to be a 2, and last year his WAR on Baseball Reference was 0.4.
So he's be 5 times better this season?
So I just don't see this. So the Rangers lose Max Fried, and then on honorable mention, they got Jock Peterson on here for the Rangers at a 1.8 WAR. So the Rangers really aren't on. I'm going to make this point. The Rangers really aren't on this list for losing anybody, but they're also not on the list for getting anybody.
Which is weird because I feel like most people are pretty stoked about the offseason that they had in terms of maybe making additions when we didn't think that you'd be able to make that many additions. Maybe it's because they're all in that mid-tier that it's not going to pop up on this list, but you're like, hey, when you add 3 mid-tier people, that's going to help.
Yeah, and that's where the Rangers are at, right? They had a limited budget.
For sure.
They had to maneuver money around. They wanted to make sure they got Nathan Eovaldi back. Obviously, they said their offseason goal was to get Eovaldi and Yates back. They did not get Yates back. So I look at this list, and I'll tell you what's fun. If you go to MLB.com, because I know my time is up here for baseball. Don't worry, little Dallas Cowboy. We'll talk something else next. There's a lot of good names that changed teams this year.
Yeah.
I just forget, like Paul Goldschmidt is tied with Max Scherzer at 22. He's with the Yankees. Now, Paul Goldschmidt was a MVP 3 years ago, if I have my years right, maybe 4. For the Cardinals. Now, his career's coming to a close.
Sure.
But, I mean, that's the 22nd guy on here. Is Paul Goldschmidt borderline Hall of Famer, Max Scherzer 100%, in Hall of Famer? He won't get 100% of the vote, but you just start looking at this list and you're like, man, there were some really good players who changed teams this offseason.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some Dunk in the Trunk. Adam Silver speaks about the future of the Mavericks in Dallas. Did Max save the dunk contest? And did you just skip the All-Star game? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do some basketball talk here with some dunk in the trunk.
All right, let's go, man. I enjoyed 0 seconds of the NBA.
And that's what I wanted to ask people to start with, because
my kids are done too.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're like they're so upset with the Luca trade too. They're like, I don't care about it anymore.
Oh, were they teetering that way before? Because one thing, if people haven't heard lately, you were already kind of sort of on that path, and then the Luca trade just cinched it for you.
I will say that they're both in high school. It's tough because they have girlfriends, they have friends, they are playing basketball and baseball. Right. One of them just playing baseball, so they're busy, right? So just going to a Maverick game or just sitting down and watching a Maverick game when you have homework and you're getting home from school about 6 o'clock at night is very tough. But they're just like, yeah, I don't care anymore.
Okay, well.
So I don't have to worry about my kids either, so good job, Adam Silver. You ruined a whole family.
And so, actually, we will get to Adam Silver kind of not responding directly to Mike Bassett, but responding to perhaps...
Didn't he say anything for the Lakers?
No, he did not.
We've moved Kareem there. We moved Shaq there. We've moved everybody there.
But he's not responsible for the old people who got moved there,
They
right?
told him. The old farts who own the league or whatever, commissioned the league, told them this is how we do it.
So is your hypothesis, I just want to make sure I get this right. Yeah. So whenever there's a new president, frequently the old president will leave them a letter in the Resolute desk. You think?
I think that it's a known thing.
down the years. They're like, hey, do it for the Lakers.
I'm not joking around. Yes.
I know that you're. No, I know that you're not.
I think that there is a mandate that they say if the Lakers aren't good at basketball, our sport won't die, but it will be not nearly as popular as it could be. We have to do everything at all times. We can give the Lakers time to draft D'Angelo Russell and Brandon Ingram and guys that don't work out. But if it doesn't work out, we got to get LeBron there. If it doesn't work out, if it's not working out and LeBron's about ready to retire and the Bronny thing's a joke, we have to get a superstar there. We did it in the 70s. We did it in the 90s. How in the world did Orlando we don't want Shaquille O'Neal anymore?
He's not a max player. That is, I don't know. That is very strange.
It's all set up for the Lakers.
Okay.
So be a Laker fan or just quit basketball.
Let me ask you a question. Why not help out the Knicks as well? I'm not arguing.
We gave him Jalen Brunson.
That's true. But why wouldn't the league make a more concerted effort to make the Knicks matter?
To your point, I don't know. It ruins me. They obviously did with Patrick Ewing.
Look, of all the sports conspiracies that I most believe in, besides Michael Jordan 100% got kicked out of the NBA, I for sure believe the frozen envelope so they can make sure that Patrick Ewing got to the Knicks.
Maybe Dolan isn't that what's their owner's name?
Yeah.
Yeah. He maybe is just so bad at it for such a long time they just couldn't
tried.
help. They're like, we tried. This guy's a moron.
All right. So you talked about not watching the All-Star game. I'm curious how many people dipped on it, because from the 6-8-2, the All-Star game was horrible. The players themselves didn't even seem hype. Trae Young came out pretty hard against this, and now obviously I think his statement should have started with, I didn't belong in this game. And it's so ridiculous the way he's like, we should stop calling it a snub and call it a Trae Young for who didn't make the All-Star game. I was like, you know what, buddy, shoot more than 40%. And I'll be glad to listen to more of your case instead of just being a volume shooter. Anyways, he also didn't like the All-Star game, and he said it felt like the NBA or the TV networks realized the games were too short and they had a bunch of added stoppages for commercial time and everything like that. At best, the new All-Star format got a mixed review, and that's at best. But I want to know how many people were like, you know what? I don't love the All-Star game. I don't love the effort in the All-Star game. And
I thought it might have been a high-effort game because I saw on ESPN at 5 o'clock or something, they're like, LeBron quit the All-Star game before it started. I was like, oh, crap, the players are going to try. And LeBron's like, I'm out. Last time Kobe tried and embarrassed me, and I told the rest of the league to stop trying, and they all followed.
Now, speaking of that, what do you think of the idea that LeBron knew for at least a little bit that he wasn't going to play in this game, and he selfishly kept the spot so somebody else wouldn't get it, and then in one of the team pictures, he still has his street clothes on, and everyone else is in their jersey? Because Draymond Green stepped out about it. People on ESPN were talking about it. They're like, he already manufactured a spot in the league for Bronny, and now he made sure that nobody could take this other spot.
I think it's tough because this is the first time, correct, you guys can have your own opinion. This is only an opinion.
It's the first time in 20 years.
I think this is the first time in the history of sports a player actually believes he owns the whole league.
Ooh,
so if I go to baseball, obviously Babe Ruth, like the sport continued without Babe Ruth. I think LeBron, look, he's been one of the greatest players of all time. I think he believes the sport will almost die without him in it. That's how important he is to the sport. I just think that he thinks he owns the sport. Like, he's the commissioner. He's the head of the Players Association. He believes he's everything.
Yeah.
So I think, to your point, these things, he doesn't see the greater good of the sport. He doesn't see the greater good of the NBA. He sees him as the NBA. He sees him as owning the NBA. So I think LeBron, in a way, what you're bringing up is valid points, but he doesn't even see it that way. He's like, I am the NBA. There was no NBA before me, and there'll be no NBA after me that matters because I am the NBA.
Interesting. All right. I'm interested in that. Now, I know a lot of people don't like the All-Star game. I get it. I am still a sucker for NBA All-Star Saturday night. I feel like Sean, the dunk contest drives him insane. Maybe that's why he just went on vacation this time. And I know people are like, oh, it's not like it used to be. I still really like NBA All-Star Saturday night.
So I know that Max McClung won because my son told me.
He did. Do you want to hear it? Cut number 3. He's going to jump over a car.
Got to catch it first.
Oh my gosh. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Matt.
He said, I'm here. Wow. He said, I'm here.
Yeah.
Now,
he's just not in the NBA here.
That is true. And Sham Charania, a lot of people had a lot of thoughts about this tweet. So Mac McClung became the first player to ever win the NBA dunk contest in 3 consecutive years. So Shams just put that factual bit of...
Without playing in the NBA.
Well, that's true. But then he added on the end of it, he is arguably the best to do this event. And clearly a lot of people, whether it's Neek, Dr. J, Michael Jordan...
NBA basketball players?
Yeah, NBA basketball players had a lot of thought about this.